Hello, hello. Welcome to my channel. My name is Emmy from Emmy Evolving. If this is your first time joining me, thank you for finding me. If this is not your first time, thank you for coming back. So I'm going to be doing a reading for Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising, and Venus. Also for your cross watchers. Also for those of us who find ourselves on this channel without any Piscean anything. You're probably an empath. You're probably needing messages from your soul. So, how's everyone doing? Just going to get the cards ready. Good morning. Get these cards ready. One more shuffle. I asked what this reading was going to be about, and as you guys can see, the aftermath of it all and the rebuilding. So clearly a lot of people are going through a lot of things. I mean, that's really nothing new, right? Not to diminish what people are experiencing, but the past 2 years have been a huge struggle for most people. You know, the past 2 years have been a mucho struggle for quite a few people. And it's really just this need to be able to move past whatever it is that you know. Oof. Ah! Okay, that wanted to come out. Oh, my Lord. We're going to do one more. Ooh. Oh, wow. Yikes. Everyone's having a rough time. It's going to be okay, guys. It's going to be okay. Let me just finish grabbing some cards. This deck. Yeah, I think many of us are having like emotionally raw periods where, you know, we don't really know what's happening with us and we don't quite understand why we feel the way we do, but we do. I don't even want to say we because I don't want to claim any of that. I'm going to be honest. These fell. We'll pull a couple more and then that's it. These are all the cards. Oh, that's a lot. Did not realize. Did not realize. Okay. Oh. I hope you're okay, Leanne. All right, here goes. Ooh, an upside down awakening. This is like waking up on the wrong side of the bed and, you know, really not knowing. You don't know if you've missed a day or if you're, you know, if you just took a nap, how long you've been asleep. This upside down awakening is really a period that causes many people to question who they are, where they are within their journey, how come they've gotten to this point where they don't really know anything about anything anymore. Okay. There's going to be a shift in belief structures. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Look at this. Oh no, that's not it. Oh my God. That, oh no. I'm so sorry, Universal D. Oh my goodness. I'm very sorry. Oh, my chest hurts. It's like this. Yes, just that deep sadness, but then I'm hyper again. I don't know if I could be hyper at any point today. It's just like my chest hurts. And it's not a physical pain, it's an emotional one. It's this emotional pain that I feel, I don't even think it's mine. I feel like it comes from the collective whole. So many of us, sorry. So many of us have been going through so many different cycles. And yes, regrets, finally realizing I did wrong. I guess it's an awakening in a dumb way. Like this feeling of the process that we've been in has been this like dumb process. But I mean, is it dumb? Is it really a dumb process? Or have we been learning in the only ways we're able to learn? Have we been allowing ourselves the opportunity to really allow this learning to occur without our interference? You know what I mean? I think today just hurts. And I don't even have any reason to hurt. I just don't. I don't have any reason to feel down or hurt or any of that. I know much of this is not my feeling, it's not my emotion. And let me just continue the reading. An upside down homecoming. Like when you come home to yourself or to other people, everything feels just so upside down. So upside down. Like, how did we get to this place that we're currently at? How did we get to where we're at right now, where it just does not feel right? It doesn't feel, um, it doesn't feel like solid ground. It just doesn't. It doesn't feel like solid ground. It feels like everything is falling apart. You know, I have no basis to say this outside of this sense of feeling um in the environment, in the world, like everything is falling apart. Union in reverse, it's like a breaking up. The home is being pulled apart. There's a breaking up occurring. It's hard. These are hard times that so many people are living through. And um as you continue to process whatever you're being asked to process, it becomes even harder. But see, here's the thing, like when we look at in terms of working out, um, it's usually right when you're reaching that point where you're making the greatest impact in your workout that you feel the greatest amount of burning and fatigue and a desire to give up. And should you give up? I don't think so. Should you give up on yourself in your life? I don't think so. I don't think that's the point of this. Um, Now, I don't know if you guys should give up on relationships, friendships, business stuff, but you and your growth, no, don't ever give up on that. Keep growing. I was telling someone, I don't remember who. I was telling someone, um, it's always been in the hardest times that I've experienced the most amount of growth, right? I might have been able to grow during periods of calm and goodness, but I don't remember any of those things. I don't remember any of those times. If I've ever grown during periods of quiet, calm, gentleness, a period where I completely lacked any type of pain, I don't know. But I can tell you, and I remember even for some instances, I remember exactly what I was wearing, who I was with, what environment I was in, the thoughts that were running through my mind as I was going through something really, really rough, really, really painful. Oh, really, really painful. I know exactly what I was learning in that moment. I know what I was experiencing. Maybe during that period, I didn't want to recognize it. I didn't want to acknowledge it for what it was. But I remember it. I remember it. I remember it. Every detail. So then why are we so averse to the difficulties that we face? You know? I mean, and maybe if we're going to give, we shouldn't give up. We should just, like Universal D said, not giving up, but we should give in to whatever these lessons are that we're being presented with by our own lives, like really, really give in to the process and allow the process to occur. Don't fight it as much. Don't allow yourself to become so combative. A lot of times people don't know. People just don't know what it's like to be a butterfly because that metamorphosis occurs so silently. Have we ever taken the time to really find out, does a butterfly go through pain as it liquefies itself in order to emerge out of the chrysalis as a butterfly? It entered into that chrysalis as a caterpillar. But did we ever stop to question the price that's paid in that process? It can never go back to being a caterpillar. It just can never go back to being a caterpillar. What do caterpillars do? Well, first, they don't fly. All they do is consume, consume, consume. Their entire existence is about consuming enough to prepare for whatever is coming next. And do caterpillars even know that they're a caterpillar and that they're simply one step in a process? Just one step in a process. Like, do you realize that whatever it is you're going through right now, it's just one step in your process of a multi-part process that's going to take you to a higher level, another higher level of understanding of yourself and your soul. I am a firm believer that the juxtaposition between the opposing polarities of positive and negative is what gives you a sense of the neutrality, where the neutral place is, and what each of the polarities represent for you. Right? The pain creates a contrast for you to appreciate the good later. Yep. The juxtaposition between the opposing experiences, mindsets, all of that. Today hurts. I don't know why. Today just hurts. I know I'm going through things that are changing me as well. And I know this because as much as I've taken the time and dedicated so much of my existence to the cultivation of my energetic gifts, I should not be burning my hands like this. My hands are burning again. My skin is peeling off. Should not be peeling like this. My hands shouldn't be burning. And they're consistently this energy running through it. And people might think like, oh, that's just peeling skin. Yeah, it feels like a chemical burn. It feels like a chemical burn, and newsflash, I don't use chemicals in my home. I'm reactive to chemicals like that. Anything that would cause a burn like that, it's not allowed in the home. I don't even use traditional dish soap because that will burn me. That's how sensitive I am to chemicals. So it's this shedding process, a shedding of what's being given, a releasing of that like desire to insulate, a releasing of that need to kind of edit, restrict, constrict. So, I don't know how many of you know this. I'm not a tarot card reader. I use the cards to guide my fixation. I have ADHD, like raging ADHD, and I also have rejection hypersensitivity. So I don't like to say things that probably need to be said. And so when I have these cards, it really just focuses what I'm hyperfixating on, this trail of information that I'm hyperfixating on. So I'm not a tarot card reader. I've never really claimed to be. I use the cards as a crutch to kind of soothe some of my social anxiety. Okay. So then what am I? I'm an architect of light. I'm a subatomic attunement engineer. My fixation has allowed me to really, really hyperstimulate and overly cultivate these gifts that I'm aware I've had. I was just born with it. I never had an awakening moment. I've just always been weird my entire life. Weirdly intense, weirdly apathetic, weirdly withdrawn, just weird. Just weird. And one of the things that I've taken so much time to learn is how to protect the physical body from tritonal waves. How to check my physical body and make sure that the energy work that I do does not cause harm to my body. This is something I learned how to do on my own a very long time ago. I'm a very controlled person. If you know me personally, you know I am so overly controlled by myself. I used to have control issues that I would kind of allow to affect everyone in my environment. And then I learned that that wasn't the right thing to do, that I was taking people's sovereignty away from them by doing that in my desire to protect them. I was kind of making their experience devoid of the potentiality that that experience would have given them had I not interfered. So I stopped doing that. And instead, I hyperfixated on controlling myself and my energy. One of my greatest fears for most of my life was that I would hurt someone with it. That I would lose control and hurt someone. I know I run enough hydroplasmic frequency through myself and specific channels. I could actually induce seizures in people if I don't control that. So yes, there was a need to learn to control it. An absolute need to learn to control it. It's not unheard of if I allow myself to get too energetically excited or hyperstimulated and someone is near me and there you will see an arc of energy go from my body to theirs. It's not unheard of. It's just not. It's not unheard of for someone to pass by the room that I'm in and to just flash of light. What the hell was that? What'd you do? Nothing. Except all the electrical outlets just shot shit at me. Electric shit. Don't worry, I didn't die. Most of my hair is falling out. I'm pretty much bald all over my body, but it's okay. Call me powder. And with that, I'm burning my hands again. So this tells me we as a collective whole, because my progress really is highly contingent on the progression of the human consciousness as it evolves, as it goes through that evolutionary process of reaching higher levels of harmonic universes. Human. H-U. Hue. Harmonic universe. We're no longer phase locked in these states of limited potentiality. So if this is happening to my hands, that means I'm running more frequency than what my current insulation codes can handle. It's burning through. And if I'm going to harness more energy, that means humanity can handle more. That means we can handle more. And in order for you to realize how much you can actually handle, you have to live through experiences that take you to the very edge of what you thought you could handle, and then gently just shoulder check you past it. That's what life does. That's what it does. It pushes you just beyond the edge of what you thought you could do, what you thought you could handle. I promise you, you can handle so much more than what you thought. I promise you, every time I've gone through these cycles, which is my entire life, is just one big cycle of cycling cycles. I'm at a point where I just need to laugh about it. Like, people are like, oh my God, why is she always laughing? Why can't she ever be serious? Because you can't handle me serious. It's my show of compassion. You can't handle me at my full intensity. We can handle a lot, Emmy. Try us. If you understood the full undiluted intensity, you wouldn't even say that. You just wouldn't. It's only those who don't understand what it feels like to exist as a person who is so intense. Because the people who are really intense are just like, no, they. I remember one time this man commented on one of my posts on social media, right? And it was about intensity, and I was totally joking around, and then he comments like, how intense, show me. And one of my friends who I have known for a very long time, we know each other like very intimately. I'm basically her adopted mom. And she comments, honey, don't talk to my mom like that. The fact that you have to ask tells me you can't handle nothing. Don't hurt yourself. I was like, baby boo, stop. Don't be mean to people. And she totally was like, no, he can't just talk to my mom however he wants. Because she knows the intensity of me. She knows. She's been present. She was a model that I worked with. That's how I got to know her. I was her photographer, makeup artist. She was trying to get agency work, published work, paid work. And that's how we got to know each other. And she knows my intensity. I distinctly remember one time, it's like 2 or 3 in the morning at this point. We had been working for, I'd say, over 10 hours. Okay. And this entire time I was doing everything: wardrobe, hair, makeup, photography, lighting, everything. And she was exhausted. She was exhausted because when you work with me, I will get that shot, but you will hurt for it. If you think you're flexible, I'm going to take you beyond what you thought was flexible, and it's going to look gorgeous. Gorgeous. Taking you slightly beyond the limitations you believed you had to exist within. And it's like maybe 2 or 3 in the morning at this point, and she's like, Mama, I'm tired. Honey, lay down on the floor and just smile with your eyes closed. Mind you, I had just given birth to one of my children during this period. Still a newborn. I'd say maybe like 2 months old, 3 months old. He was in a baby carrier tied to my body for much of this shoot. If you don't understand the intensity of what I'm talking about, that wasn't even intense for me. I could take my body beyond what it can handle, hold it together for as long as it needs to be held together. And the moment it's done, I can, and I often do, fall apart physically, emotionally, mentally, whatever it is. And then I will take however long it takes me, from a few days to a few weeks to a few months to a few years, to return back to the person I was before the point of breaking, but changed. Changed how? Well, because now I'm aware of a new level of tolerance, a new level of ability, a new level that I can reach, and that I have a right to eventually occupy permanently if I so choose. See, when you level up, it's not just this leveling up and you stay there. You have to work to stay there. Creation doesn't just put you there like, there you go. You got it. Good job. No, creation doesn't do that. Creation looks at you and says, that's right. Now what you going to do to stay there? Creation is not this like we have this really convoluted belief that creation and goodness is nothing but softness and, all of these like really love and light type things. And it's not all bad either. It's not good, it's not evil. There's just differing polarities and positionings within those opposing polarities. How are you going to learn? Now, whatever you refuse to learn in the light, the classroom of light, there will be tutors of darkness who will be allowed to access you and help you learn. That's just how I see it. And people are like, oh my gosh, no, demons are evil. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't like them. I feel like they're bichachos. Putitos. I believe that's what demons are. Little beaches. I don't necessarily like them, but I understand the function they serve. Those dark periods that you go through, the way dark things help you to learn. They help you to learn the things that you don't want to learn. These are things you need to learn. Hey, Daddy, could you please remove the Lord from the chat? Jesus has exited the chat. I'm just saying. I know that energy and I don't like it. That's a false Lord. The fallen one. The one that's so insecure. It demands all people to worship it above all others. Oh my God. Hold up. You know what I'm going to do to you? Since you're the Lord, you know what I'm going to do to you? I'm going to lick my hand and get all of my etheric saliva on there. And then I'm going to smear it all over your auric field. You know what that's going to do? It's going to call all the demons to you. And then you know what's going to happen? You're going to get a clear understanding of how convoluted your belief structures are. Because it's really time for you to learn the difference between the angelic and the demonic, which is you. Give me 1 second. Today I have zero tolerance. Today is a day of zero tolerance. So, Lord, the Lord, right on your auric field. May you experience everything that you dish out to other people. I tend to ask nothing of creation. That's the very reason why whenever I ask, in the rare instances that I do, I'm always given what I want. I ask for you to feel everything that is done to me all the time without me retaliating. I ask that you feel the way my heart breaks for the entire world, yet I hold it together. I ask for you to feel exactly how much energy is attempted to be drained from me on a daily basis, yet I keep going. May you feel what it feels to be me. And may no one undo this. So mote it be. So mote it be. So mote it be. People often talk about things they know nothing about. Not today. Not on my channel. That's not a request. That's a command from someone who sits in a place of authority within her own life. You can act stupid somewhere else. How blasphemous of you to call yourself a lord. And then you come here talking about the Lord. And it seems you're not intelligent enough to know how blasphemous it is to identify yourself as such. So with that energy of mine coded on the outside of your shield, I'm cranking my light all the way up. It's going to serve as a homing beacon. May you feel every single one that finds you. May you be oh so aware of every single one that finds you. Every single one what? Every single demon. People don't understand why I'm so heavily skilled in what I do. My true specialty is actually parasitic extraction. How do I know how to do that if I was never taught? Let's think on this really quick. Because I've been attacked by demonic things my entire fucking life. That's why. Everything that I know in my life, I'm self-taught. That means I have to experience it before I can cultivate that ability. That means they all know who I am. Let me tell you, I'm not the cool kid at the cool table. In demonic eyes, I'm the pariah. Not the Messiah, but the pariah. Because I know all their behaviors, because they all tried me as a child. What does that mean? That I need to identify as their victim? Poor me? No, it means I know all their games. And I know how to fuck shit up. See, lucky for me, I have this attitude where it's like, fuck you. That's my attitude in life. Fuck you. I'm not going to do shit that I don't want to do. And if I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. You want me to bow to you? Make me. See, I'm not ballsy because Michael protects me. I'm ballsy because I have big fucking etheric balls. That's why I'm ballsy. People think, oh, she's just ballsy because Michael protects. No. Half the time I'm like, no, Mikey, let me handle this. I got this. I got this. No, let me do it. Just because people see me entering into this place of kindness and softness, don't forget, I'm a whole being. However bright my light is, I have the equal intensity in the opposite side. Yeah. And I have zero shame about having darkness. And no, my darkness is not demonic because I don't seek to overthrow people's sovereignty and tell them what to think, how to do, what to do, when to do. See, that's the difference. People think they're doing the Lord's work, and then they're trying to usurp what was rightfully gifted to each of us, which is sovereignty. That's what demons do. That's what demons do. They try to convince you that they are right, and they really have no idea right from wrong. So when you come at me acting like you know better, Jesus is ashamed to be associated with you. Trust me. I know. Jesus is ashamed of you. I get this scene of like, we're all just standing there at the gates to enter heaven. And I'm over there with Jesus. He has his clipboard. And he's like, baby, tell me which one. That one right there. That one right there. That one. Hey, bouncers, kick that little fucker out. Oh, yeah. We got it like that. Me and Jesus are like that. Me and Jesus are we that tight. We that tight. We that tight. We really are. See, as a human being, I have a shit memory at this point. As a soul, I promise you, I remember every detail. Careful how you address me next time. I know you're going to make another account. Because you're an idiota. Yeah, I said it. Idiota. Okay? Careful how you address me because some days like today, I'm going to have zero fucking tolerance. I don't behave very well when I feel other people's pain. And today the world is hurting so much, I really have zero tolerance for stupid shit. Let me continue with the reading. Y'all think I'm gonna be too fucking embarrassed to act a fool with you? No, I don't want you to feel alone in your stupidity, so I'm gonna act just as stupid with you. Publicly, I don't give a shit who's watching. You thought, huh? You lack brain function. Your magic is upside down. Your magic is upside down. Don't let anyone turn your magic upside down. Behave with intention. Behave with intention. I'm not just having a meltdown here. I know exactly how I'm behaving and what I'm saying. This is not me just trying to talk shit and scare people. I know exactly what I'm saying, and it comes from a place of truth within myself. I know who I am. And if I choose to act stupid with people, it's because I've identified you as stupid and I don't want you to feel alone in that stupidity. That's my only act of compassion this morning. That's my only act of compassion this morning. For real. Let's get back to the reading. Ungrounded. You're not grounded in what you're trying to create for yourself. You have to make sure that what you create for yourself, the experience of it, is something that will grow you. Okay? And some might say, Emmy, well, how did that behavior that you just showed us going to grow you and grow us? Like, that was just bullshit. It was scary. It was. First, your growth is your job, not mine. Secondly, it grows me to be able to claim my power audibly. As someone who doesn't want people to know that I really do got it like that, it's time. It's time. It really is time. It's time for me to stop playing small and stop acting like I'm just like everyone else. It's time. See, people think they can come at me disrespectfully because I allow people to be so comfortable in my space, that they start to think they live here. No, motherfucker. You don't live here. You're a temporary guest. Act right or be kicked the fuck out. That's that. This is me finally allowing myself that rare instance where I claim the truth of my power. I'm clearly not a normal human being. Even in the spiritual circles, they don't know what the fuck to do with me. As much as I thought I was finding home in my spiritual circles that I was once a part, they didn't know what the fuck to do with me. I'm excommunicated from those circles. Was it because I was acting a fool? No. It's because you can't fucking manipulate me with your spiritual narcissism. There's something powerful about a person who's not afraid to stand alone. And I'm beginning to realize I don't need to be worried about people being afraid of me. I need to let people have their own mind and make up their own mind about how they're going to receive me and what I say. What does that mean? That means if you don't have any malicious intent towards me, not even a smidge, you're not going to feel scared of me at all. You're going to be like, oh, this person's stupid. They thought they could. And she's going to let them know now. Now, that fear is not the same as feeling intimidated because now you're trying to like compare about what I know, how much I know. No, that's not the same thing. People who feel intimidated by me because of how I conduct myself and what I know, and that has more to do with you recognizing that you're not allowing yourself to know as much as you should know. And it's causing you to feel badly about the way you think you're not progressing to the degree you should be progressing. That means you see me as your mirror. You see that you should be knowing as much as I know. You should be able to do as much as I'm doing. And you feel badly because you haven't been. That's okay. You don't need to do what I do when I do. You need to do what you do when you do. There are people who are afraid, like, oh, this girl's demonic. No, you're just scared because one day I might actually call you out on the shit you're doing behind the screen. And trust me, baby boo, I'm just as ballsy in person. Sometimes a little bit more. Sometimes a little bit more. So unless you know my personal history in this human life, don't even fucking try. You have no idea what I've survived with a smile. In this life and all the others. As much compassion and softness that I am capable of, oh, honey. The savagery. The savagery. It's going to be fine, you guys. It's going to be perfectly fine. We need to allow ourselves to be who we are. Okay? Who are you? Have you taken the time to find out? Who are you? Have you lived in accordance with your most authentic truth? So here's a very clear example, clear explanation of why I will never allow anyone to convince me I'm a bad person. Okay? For many, many years now, most of my income is used to help complete strangers, from buying you what you need to taking care of your utilities, taking care of your rent, making sure you don't go homeless, making sure your kids are fed. These are complete strangers to me. I have helped so many people. I've lost count. I don't know how many people I've helped. I just know every day I help at least 2 or 3 people. Now, these people who are on their high horse, how many people did you feed today that aren't a part of your family that you can't ever benefit from? How many people did you feed today? How many people did you feed and clothe yesterday? Because really, this is the answer that's going to give you a good idea of where you stand. How many people did you nurture into wholeness without even leaving your bed? So unless you're crunching the same numbers as I am, which I'm not going to say what those numbers are, that's between me and my creator. Unless you're crunching the same numbers as I am, it's like a spiritual tax bracket. We not even in the same bracket, baby boo. We not even in the same spiritual tax bracket, baby boo. Don't let people convince you that they know you more than you know yourself. I promise you. I would say maybe 2, 3 people in the past how many years that I've been publicly visible have publicly shared what I've done to assist. Maybe 2, maybe 3. I don't know. And even then, it was like they had to come to me first and be like, Emmy, is this okay? And I'm like, if you feel the need to. I mean, that's not why I did it, but, I can't tell you what to do. Like, if you feel the need to, then okay, but that's not why I did it. Most people have no idea of what I do. I'm live for a small fraction of the day. What am I doing for the rest of the day? You think I'm just sitting on a couch, twiddling my thumbs because I have nannies and security? And who the fuck do you think I am? Everything in my life is done by me, or my husband helps me, or my children help. And if that's how I live, bitch, you're not going to fucking convince me shit that's negative about me. I know who I am. If I can beat myself up because I walked away from a homeless person without getting them a tent, a person that I knew I didn't even know them. I saw them for 5 seconds, the 5 seconds it took for me to walk into the store. And that stayed with me for weeks until I found them again. I didn't even tell them my name. I just said, here, this is for you. Gave them all that stuff, went to my car and left. When you don't need credit for the ways in which your presence graces random people with the essence of God, fuck everyone else who tries to convince you you're less than. Don't hold it against them that they are lacking in their ability to see the truth and the gravity of you. That's not what you came into this life for. That is not what you came into this life for. I'm not here for recognition. I'm here to serve my purpose. to be witnessed as I serve that purpose and share my experiences and thoughts, and then to live a quiet life. That's it. That's it. That is it. And it's not me being angry at one person. It's me allowing one person to be the trigger that allows this eruption of truth from me. I'm fucking pissed with the way the world is. Today I'm extra pissed. Am I pissed at a person? No, that person's insignificant. You served your job. You triggered me to speak truth. And now you're ejected, and that's it. And it's okay for me to disregard people who disregard others. You don't got to be nice to everybody. You really, really don't. See, that's when people get me fucked up, because they think, oh, she's nice to everybody, she's going to take my shit. Bitch, I'm nice to everybody because I know I don't need to take your shit. And let me tell you, when the mama bear in me has had enough, I'm going to spank the shit out of your ego. How's that feel? I'm not going to feel bad. You needed that. You needed to know your place, which is nowhere near me. Nowhere near me. There's something to say about a person who the first comment they have, oh, you're still teaching me? That statement alone tells me on some level you're fucking pissed because you realize you're beneath me. You're beneath me and my people. See, my people come onto my live streams. They know this is a communal space. We're all equals here. I'm not teaching you. We're learning together. We're sharing. See, when people approach you and they show you their insecurities are not really about you, believe them right from the start. Believe them right from the start. That first statement, you're still teaching me? Oh, you don't get it. Oh, no, maybe you do get it. We're not equal here. You and I, we're not equal. Me and you guys, we absolutely are. We absolutely are. Where you share of what it is you're feeling and thinking, because I'm sharing what I'm feeling and thinking. That's how we rise together. We don't need any of the bullshit. We really, really don't, because guess what? It doesn't matter what you believe or how you lived. At the end of the day, we all go home together. How about that? How about that? Creation is non-denominational. Yeah. Oopsie. And for those who are considering coming on here, hiding behind the name of the Lord, you're treating me the way his environment treated him when he was alive. You see that? You see that? Even his environment could not grasp the gravity of his existence. It took us over 1,000 years. So, I won't hold it against you that you're about 1,000 years behind what God put me here for. But I'm not going to be apologetic, because if I remember fucking properly, my sibling in Christ consciousness was like, fuck these people. I'm flipping tables. I'm not going to flip my table because I don't want to buy a new one if it breaks. I'm just saying I'm explosive sometimes. I'm not going to flip my table. But I will flip your fucking ego. Yeah. I will flip your fucking ego. You don't want your ego flipped? Don't come here. Because I'm telling you. If I wasn't doing this, I'm pretty sure I'd excel at being a dominatrix. I'm pretty sure of it. I wouldn't hesitate to whip your ass. Act out of line. Try it again, see what the fuck happens. Try it again and see what the fuck happens. You want to be whipped? I'm extra spicy today, bitch. Don't be coming here with a no spice lifestyle, asking for atomic heat and then crying once you burn yourself. I needed to unleash some of that fire. Fuck that shit, guys. Don't let people fuck with you. Don't let people fuck with you. Don't let people fuck with you. I'm just saying. Broomstick clearance. You want to clear some space? Shove that broomstick up their ass. For real. For real. Just shove it up their ass and toss them somewhere else. No, don't be like that. We got to find that balance. You know what I mean? We got to find that balance. We got to allow ourselves to honor what we need to express in that moment, but we can't just be that. You know what I mean? We have to allow ourselves to be able to experience the differing degrees of positioning within our own auric field. We have to allow ourselves to do that. So I could have easily just banned them and not said a word, not wasted so much of this live stream on that person. You know, was it a waste? Was it a waste to see me speak my mind and be ballsy as fuck in my expression of myself? Was it a waste to see a woman who is traditionally seen and expected to be passive and quiet and no, I don't laugh like that. I don't laugh like that. Okay. My laugh is fucking obnoxious. It's loud and it's obnoxious. And from what I hear, it's intoxicating because I'm like, ah! And people are like, oh my God, what is she laughing about? But it's fucking hilarious. We don't know what she's laughing about. Mm-hmm. Como's clapping. Como's clapping. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, Como is still with me. I didn't boot her out. She's going to stay in my field. She's going to stay. I don't have anything bad to say about her, you know? And people would think, no, you should be angry with Como the way you were just angry with that putito that was in the comments. Why? There's nothing disrespectful about her essence and her presence. She adds to my growth. She doesn't try and cause me to believe I'm less than what I actually am. As a matter of fact, her presence pushes me to achieve higher levels of understanding, submission to my soul, higher levels of allowing myself to open places within me that I thought I had closed up. She can stay. I would love for her to stay and be my honored guest. Stop crying. You were already crying all day yesterday. Diggity damn. Como se dice stop crying? Como se dice stop crying for real? So yeah, no, she's crying. She's crying. She thought I was going to kick her out, that I was going to push her out. I'm not like that. I'm just not. I'm not like that. When I bond with you and I recognize the value of what you add to my journey, even if I'm uncomfortable, even if there's this moment of misunderstanding and questioning that trust, you know, we can work through that. We can work through that if there's integrity. We can work through that. Yeah, I got very upset yesterday. And I had to work through what I felt when I heard what I heard. Okay. I had to work through that. It took me the whole day to work through that. And I worked through it. I'm not angry. I don't feel disappointed. I don't feel betrayed. I don't feel like I have to retaliate. I don't feel like I have to tear her down. I don't have to do any of that. I just have to enjoy her presence in my field for as long as she chooses to stay. She's an honored guest. And I appreciate the ways in which her presence over the last few weeks has really, really helped me to grow in so many different ways that I wasn't expecting to grow and be affected by her presence. It's okay. It's okay. I can have a moment where I'm a bratty child and then return back to a place of personal power and cognitive presence where I am present enough to cognitively decide certain things. It's fine. And I'm not just saying it's fine, it's actually fine. It's actually okay. Now, the aftermath of it all and the rebuilding. It was hard. It was definitely hard to go through that experience yesterday so publicly. And I think the hardest part was to experience it publicly. And knowing that, both myself, I can only speak about myself. I don't like to go through things publicly without knowing beforehand that I'm going to go through something publicly. I can assume and imagine, I can't speak on behalf of anyone else, but I would assume that whole thing, certain people would not have liked that being public right along with me. But again, that's an assumption. I can't speak for anyone else. And it's not being ashamed of it. It's the factor of privacy. You know what I mean? Like certain things are preferred to be private. And it's a preference. It's not a requirement. It's not necessarily something that I'm entitled to. It's a preference. And I would have preferred that that information be given to me privately. And that's it. Oh, yes. Yes. And I assume that's why it had to be public. I assume that's why it had to be public. You know what I mean? Publicly, and how you did much of it right before our eyes in real time, the level of courage and commitment to one's process that takes. Yeah. Allowing myself to reach higher levels of cognitive presence. Allowing my process of expansion of awareness. It's a beautiful thing. Keep the faith that the best is yet to come. Keep the faith that the next extraordinary version of you is being crafted even now. Ugh. That nothing can deter you from keeping your commitment to achieving your goals set for today, that you can better your best. Keep the faith, move forward in spite of your fears and despite any evidence to the contrary. Believe that it's possible. That's by Les Brown. That was profound. That was profound. Live in a way that's so profound it leaves you speechless most of the time. Live in a way that is so profound that there's no need to communicate what you're living through because you're so immersed in the energy and the emotion of what you are experiencing. Sometimes when we take a break from the process that we are in, we use up energy to communicate things to people who probably won't even understand what we're attempting to communicate. Rather than using that energy to communicate something to someone who's not really a part of the process, use it to help you better and more deeply understand the process you're in. Sometimes we do need to communicate to the people who love us so they can support us. That means they're supposed to be part of that process. But someone completely removed from the process who's not supposed to be a part of the process, why do I need to use energy, precious energy and focus to get you to understand something you were not created to understand? Because if you were created to understand it, you would be an active part of it. See, you guys were created to understand the things that I talk about. Maybe not right away. Maybe you're going to go through a process that will work to help you understand. But you're present. You're present in my journey. You are witnessing things. You are present. I don't need to explain things to you. You're witnessing it unfold and you're understanding to the degree that you're capable of understanding in this moment. And then you take these tidbits home with you and you continue to digest. And then it becomes integrated into your understanding of yourself, your life. It's a beautiful, powerful place when you can do this. Do you guys feel that? It's this feeling that's I'll just describe it as the presence of the essence of truth. Some people don't understand the gravity of the power they hold and the way that power, even when not used, just being in the presence of that power, people can feel it. People can feel it. The homeland and foundation is demolished, clearing away the things that have broken ground, this upside down magic, this upside down union, this upside down homecoming. It seems as though someone thought they could come home and enough time had passed, but no, there wasn't any progress. And so what happened was they came home and it was still the same situation. Nothing had changed, despite their desire for that change to be implemented. And now they're coming to a realization. Oh, my heart's racing like a longing that's finally been met. Again, I'm crying. Oh, my baby boo. I'm going to restore your son status. I'm going to restore your son's status. You're not just a nephew. You're an amazing person. You really, truly are. You're an amazing person, and you go through all of these trivial things and all of these experiences that seem to skin you alive, and it's really, it has to do with the shedding of layers, and the increase in sensitivity is evidence of your rise in power. The higher your level of dimensional consciousness, the more sensitive you become. They go hand in hand. When you have a callus, it's a thickening of the skin. It's a thickening of the skin in response to being consistently rubbed by the friction of something that is not organic to you. We're removing all the calluses. We're allowing the sensitivity to take place so that we can finally experience the world the way we're meant to. Fully feeling, fully immersed, just fully in love with the way life unfolds, even when it's painful. I think we all adopted Universal D. I think we all adopted you, baby boo. Whatever you didn't receive in life, whatever nurturing, support, encouragement, empowerment, recognition, whatever you didn't receive in life, it's almost like this community that we have here was created to give all of us that, to give us the things that we didn't receive in life. And because we didn't receive it from the people we felt we should receive it from, it affected the way we see ourselves and the way we live. You feel that again? I feel you. You don't want me to feel you, but I feel you. You want me to feel you, but you don't want me to feel you, but I feel you. The thing is this, some people are conditioned to believe that if you're feeling pain, if you feel alone, if you're feeling less than what you know you can be, that you shouldn't allow other people to feel you. I feel you. There's no way you could suffer the way you're suffering right now, the way you're hurting right now, and me not feel you. That's not the kind of person I am. You're hurting and I feel you. No, you're not inconveniencing me by me feeling your pain. You're sharing the depth of something that your environment is not able to comprehend or hold your hand through. Not only do I feel you, I hold you. No, you don't owe me anything. I feel you, I hold you, and I'm honored by your presence. I hear you. I feel you, I hear you, I see you. No, you don't have to go. One of the things that people don't understand when you live at the intensity that I live at every day of my life, it doesn't help me when you disappear after I become aware of your pain. It doesn't help me. It doesn't alleviate what I feel, because all that's left then is this fixation on how much you're hurting, and I can't help. And no, you can't hide from someone like me how much you're hurting. I might not say anything, I might not reach out, but I know. And when I know, I have to ride it all the way through. So it doesn't help when you walk away after I know that you're hurting. It just makes sure that I hurt even more. It just makes sure that I feel that much more helpless and useless. It shines a spotlight on the ways in which my lack of courage is depriving me of the opportunity to serve in the greatest way possible, serve my purpose in the greatest way possible. So, no, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. Guardian, familiar. Obviously, this is a familiar energy. An upside down winter. Guardian came up in reverse as well, feeling like you don't have any guardians, feeling like your environment is unfamiliar. I mean, can you blame yourself for feeling that way when your homecoming was also upside down? The ethos of your environment is upside down. Everything is just upside down. Or maybe everything is functioning the way it's always functioned, and you're the only one that became right side up. And this newfound awareness of what this is, what you're going through, living through, all of that. Maybe it's not disappointment. Maybe it's realization of the truth, the gravity of the misalignment of your life. It's a painful, dizzying, very, very confusing, disconcerting thing to experience that moment of realization of how upside down your life has been this whole time, and that you haven't allowed yourself to see it. A hollowness, emptiness in my soul, a void, a nothingness. I was designed in such a way that I could fill that void for anyone. Not only can I fill that void, I can help to heal it and protect you as you're healing. Pisces and Capricorn moon. It's one hell of a combo. It's one hell of a combo. The familiarity, I can't even talk. The familiarity and the understanding our souls can share. It's a very profound experience when you're immersed in an environment that actually gets you without you having to say a word or explain yourself, where they can just see you and know this is family, this is home. Part of my tirade at the beginning of this video has to do with the way disrespect, it trickles over and affects you guys. I don't like that. Like, really, truthfully, if it was just me and that person and there was none of you guys, I don't think I would have been so bristly. I would have just been like, oh, you're just a dick. you know? But with you guys present, it's not that it made me more brave. It made me feel more obligated to be able to allow you to witness me flexing my own power in my own space, just so you could see, like, it's all good. You literally can love yourself in this way with other people witnessing and not have to be afraid of how people will take it. You just worry about what you need to do and what you need to communicate right here, right now, to establish your dominance within your own auric field. We don't dominate other people. We don't. But we have to be dominant in our own field. That's just, it's like, the secret's upside down. You can't hide it anymore. Whatever it is, whatever it is. It's something that's being removed from its hiding space. It's being, unwrapped. It's being put on a platter and placed in the center of a table, a feast of information pertaining to you and your life, all your connections. I mean, can we just visualize this for a moment? Just for a moment. Sitting at a banquet. We're at this huge table, like the tables they used to have in the olden days within castles. This huge, heavy, solid wood table, beautifully crafted, with the finest of linens on the table. We have candelabras, we have all of these fruits and veggies and flowers, all of this just beautifully decorated spread. And all of this food, slow roasted, carefully cultivated, this just profound culinary experience. And it's all laid out before us. The lights are dimly lit for ambiance, and it's all candle glow. And despite not being very brightly lit, the room glows with all of our presence. We are about to feast on our truth. We're about to take in the sustenance our truth can provide us, that nutritious knowing of who you are, allowing that to digest. And in that digestion process, allowing what is good for you and proper for you to be taken back into that your body, to be absorbed by every cell. Initiation. This is an initiation. You're being re-added into the fold. You're being taken in. reintegrated. Como tells me to say, well, she asks me to say, to ask, how can I help? What can I do to facilitate the healing, the return back to being a whole person, your return back to the knowing of who you are? What can I do? What do you need? The incubation time is done. You take a look at any video of an egg hatching. It requires the destruction of what that baby once considered home, once considered safe. The shell must be destroyed. And after that process of deconstructing the shell, this calcification on your outermost shield to protect you, because this is what most of us go through. We end up going through a process of calcification to protect us. This is what's meant by building walls. Those walls have to come down. And in the process of taking those walls down, what ends up happening to the baby? The baby is exhausted. Exhausted. The process of birth is exhausting. Even for mammals, the process of birth exhausts the mother and the child. The process you're in is valid. The process you're in is a valid one. It's necessary. It takes you to the next level, the next layer of your learning. Michael says, scars serve as the internal structuring, that internal lattice work that can be used to climb to higher levels of discernment, higher levels of self-compassion, self-love, self-realization, self-actualization, self-activation. How come I was able to climb so high within myself in such a short period? A little over 40 years is not a long time to reach the levels of awareness and cognition that I've reached. It's not a long time at all. It's just not. It's not a long time. So how was I able to do this in such a short period? Because I'm filled with scars. The scars are the lattice work that I used to climb. And every time I would reach what I thought was the top, more scars developed through the experiences that I went through, and more lattice work was created to reach an even higher level. Had I wasted my time with the concepts of victimhood, all of these spiritually bypassing concepts, and I would have wasted so much of my energy on something outside of me. Ooh, I love that. Pain, confusion, and overwhelmed emotions can lead to a new way of asking questions. Yep. It can lead to a new way of asking questions. And you don't get the answers until you ask the questions. You just don't. Like the higher I try to climb, the longer it's even further away. It gets exhausting. So stop trying and just know, no matter what, with every experience you go through, you will be climbing. Every experience serves an elevation of your knowing. You don't have to try to be you. It gets exhausting when you try to be this concept of you that you think is you, but is not actually you. Sorry. Remember, I said recently, people used to ask me how I could live stream for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. One time I live streamed straight for 8 hours. I was doing so much energy work. It was like an 8 hour effing live stream. And I wasn't exhausted. My body was sore from sitting in one position, but I wasn't exhausted. Why? Because that took zero effort for me to be me. I was just being me. And I was harnessing energy that I have a right to harness. I wasn't trying to be anything outside of who I am, what I am, and what I do, the purpose I was created for. It takes no effort to be you. It takes so much to exhaust you when you live in that way, where you're allowing yourself to be who you are. It takes no effort to be you. It takes no energy. So let me just get the next set of cards. Let me just get the next set of these effing cards. I don't know why I do this to myself. Michael says to shuffle the deck. Oh. I have fought so many battles on my knees for so long that boundaries formed. You want to hear something powerful? Sometimes you'll have no choice but to fight, right? Sometimes the only option is to fight your way through something or fight your way out of something. But you will always have an option of how you fight. Whether you fight on your knees or fight standing up, well armed, well trained, and ready for the fight in front of you. Fighting on your knees, that's always an optional thing. Always. Always. Once upon a time, I used to think that fighting on my knees would cause people to understand I did not want to fight. I don't want to fight. I'm on my knees. I'm already on my knees. I don't want to fight. And yet they continue to try and fight me. That happened enough times for me to realize sometimes I'm going to have to fight. And getting on my knees does not change the other person's desire to have a war with me. It just makes it guaranteed that it's going to be much harder and so much more effort. If we're going to fight, I'm not going to be on my knees. I promise you that. If I have no option but to engage, I will be fully armed, well trained, well rested, and ready to fuck shit up. When you try and fight on your knees, that's what guarantees that you will be fighting. The less I get on my knees when it comes time to fight, the more that I see I am positioned to walk away. Makes it easier for me to walk away and choose not to fight. Never again. Never again will I get on my knees. Never again. Nope. Never again. Card number 23, defend to the end the worthwhile. That's you. You're worthwhile. If you think you're not allowed to defend yourself, see, defending yourself is not the same as attacking someone else. Defending yourself is a chosen response. It's not a reaction, it's a response. You've chosen to honor yourself and your existence the way you choose to honor others and their existence. Ooh, I love Lil Weezy. I love Lil Weezy. When I leave this earth, it's going to be on both feet, never knees in dirt. You lose 2 lives, yours and mine. That's Bushido right there. That is Bushido. I still remember my lives in feudal Japan. Absolutely. If I will die, it will be with honor. And we both gonna die that day. That was just ingrained so deeply in those lives I lived in feudal Japan. Every time before an engagement, I remember as my armor was tied onto me, I would say out loud, today is a good day to die with honor. May I take as many with me before I go. I'm telling you, they fucking crazy. I love me some samurais. They're crazy. They're my brand of crazy. Yeah. It was always that. Today is a good day to die with honor. May I take as many of them with me before I go. You are worth the fight. You are worth the fight. Oh my God. California is so fucking ridiculous. Mm-hmm. California is so ridiculous. Can I just say that? They just banned generators. The California Air Resources Board passed a regulation aimed at small off-road engines on Thursday that will ban the sale of portable generators in the state, which includes generators mounted in recreational vehicles. So if the grid ever goes down in PiSCES, you're just SOL. Looks to be. Looks to be you cannot be self-sufficient. The lords of PiSCES have spoken. California knows how to party. California knows how to party. California's about to have a fat ass party. Oh my God. Okay. Let me just. Card number 17. What is already with you? Your capabilities are already with you. You have to allow yourself to tap into whatever that capability is. Your potentiality is yours, but if you choose not to tap into it, it's wasted. That's it. It will stay there with you, for the entirety of your life. So let's get that straight first and foremost. It will stay with you for the entirety of your life. But if you don't use it, then nothing's used. Right? Oops. Card number 25, release a dark wound, let love live. Let go of your fear. Okay? Let go of your fear of rejection and how other people will receive you in a time of need. Let go of that. Please, let go of that. Como says it's important for me to say, this is just a statement of fact. I am the type of person where, regardless of our history, if you actually truly do need help, whether it's just someone to listen, I'm capable of doing that. I'm capable of doing that. But it has to be a true need. And I'm capable of discerning when someone is just using what I said as a way to continue accessing me because they feel entitled to me. Okay? And that's that. Now, there are stereotypes that exist for people who are spiritual. First and foremost, I'm not spiritual. That's where people go wrong with me. I'm not spiritual. Please don't hear what I say and misconstrue it as a declaration that I will let you get away with anything and everything. That's not how it works. I have the ability to discern, to be fair and balanced in my judgment of situations that are presented to me. Okay? When people strictly keep choosing the same effed up stuff and they don't want to take accountability for the choices they make, for the type of character they choose to have, no. 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 It's not how it works. Card number 2, inner trust. Allowing yourself to trust yourself. You're being guided towards something, right? What are you being guided towards? What are you being guided to do? Notice how her ears are covered, right? Stop listening to the chickens in the chicken coop. They just peck, peck, peck. You know, in my language, I don't know how appropriate this is. In my language, peck, peck, that's vagina. Yeah, it's vagina. You know, I'm just saying. A peck peck is a vagina. I feel like this tells me there are angry hormonal vaginas in your environment, and they keep just tearing you down. Why would you listen to anyone that's hormonal? And men can be hormonal too. You know that, right? Men can be hormonal too. So this is an angry, toxic vagina mangina environment. Vagina mangina. Mangina vagina. This is an angry, toxic vagina mangina environment. Don't listen to them. Listen to yourself. Just toss them a tabo. You know what that is? Do you know what a tabo is? And I bet you my husband's going to get in the comments in a second or two and like, okay, it's time to end the live. It's stink peck peck energy. For people who have stink peck peck energy, you need to have a tabo. A tabo is basically any type of receptacle that you can use to fill with water It could be a cup. It could be a jar. It could be like, one of those bathing type thingies with a handle. And you just get some water, fill it with water, and you just rinse up. You know what I'm saying? Some people need to just rinse that energy off. It's so contagious. Returns my pages. I don't know. This is contagious stuff, yo. I'm almost like, is this some sort of energetic bacterial vaginosis? Bacterial vaginosis, manginosis. No, no, no. Don't splash them in the face. Use that water properly. Like rinse off. I'm teaching you guys how to be a proper Filipina woman. Nako! Patay. So that's how you be a proper Filipina woman, okay? Okay, Jen folks. Okay, don't be splashing the face. Splash the other face, the other identity. We gotta. Okay, we gotta clean it off. Clean it off. We don't always have to just like live with what's happening. When the environment is not healthy, the coochie coo cannot be healthy either. When things are too tight, when you're surrounded by synthetics, causing you to consistently sweat. I mean, y'all, we sweat down there too, okay? I'm just saying, if you have an issue for real, add like 15 to 20 drops of liquid grapefruit seed extract into your towel. Fill it up with warm water so it's nice and comfy. We gotta spoil the kitty cat sometimes. It doesn't always have to be cold water. Sometimes it could be really nice and warm so that you can feel all relaxed. But you gotta put the grapefruit seed extract, the liquid in there, stir it up, and then it really, cleanses. It doesn't just cleanse. Antibacterial, antifungal, antimicrobial. I'm just saying. Whew. Whew. I'm just saying. We got to cleanse ourselves. That's the pathway you use to rebirth yourself. You might as well make sure it's cleansed. I mean, only splash his face if you've been sitting on it. Stop, girl. Get in control. Get in control of yourself. Nako, patay. Well, the tea tree oil, it can cause chemical burns in that area. So I've heard. No, I once put tea tree oil on. So I forgot what the heck I had on my arm, and undiluted tea tree oil. It gave me a chemical burn. So don't do that. Okay, next card. Card number 4, against the grain. Going against the grain. Going against the grain. I should teach like a intimacy class. Let me stop. No, stop. Don't joke around like that. Don't joke around like that, because then people have these ideas and then they think they can talk to you in a like perverted sexual way. Stop it. Stop it. Don't start that type of joking. Card number 15, big bold vision. This big, bold vision of who you are, where you're supposed to be, changes, allowing yourself to change, allowing yourself to kind of just go through whatever processes you're in, and basically give yourself permission to shift the way you need to shift, you know, shift the way you need to shift. uh no, I'm not teaching one of those classes. Yeah, right, ocean lover. See what I'm saying? Ocean lover's paying attention. And no, my husband doesn't try and control me. My husband is trying to prevent me because he can tell when I'm about to go way far off the range because my ADHD took me and transported me somewhere else. And he's just trying to save me from, or actually save you from experiencing that because of me. So I have zero boundaries. I literally am okay talking about anything. And he recognizes not everyone is comfortable with that. See, vagina mangina healthy environment. That's healthy. To be able to remind me that not everyone is comfortable with vagina mangina topics. Know what I'm saying? He always here, y'all. He doesn't always comment, but he's always here. He's present for every live stream. Before y'all start thinking you can be, he's present. Card number 11, diving for light. Going deep within yourself. Diving deep, deep, deep into that darkness until you break through to the other side and find the light. Finding that light. Card number 33, Heaven Sent. Allowing yourself to recognize where you actually come from. Okay? Where you actually come from, where you're headed. Yeah. He knows when I go live. He knows because he gives me my coffee and he's like, okay, she's got the collagen. She's ready to get bendy with it. And then he's there the whole live. Yes. Card number 24, new birth guarded vigilantly. You're growing. You've rebirthed yourself. Allow yourself to go through your processes. You're going to feel very raw. You're going to feel very vulnerable. You're going to feel as though maybe you weren't right in your assessment of certain things. Maybe you're just tripping. Maybe you're just weak. That's what all people experience to some degree when they rebirth themselves. That's just a normal thing. It's a normal thing. And it's usually when you feel that, when you feel extra raw, when you feel extra vulnerable, when you feel extra weak, and like people could actually take advantage of you, that's evidence that you've just rebirthed yourself. I'm very bendy. Look, I'm very bendy. Look, I mean, I'm bendy AF. I'm just bendy. But I need collagen so I don't dislocate things. Card number 16, what you want wants you. What do you really want? What do you want from this period? What do you want from your life? What are you giving everything up for? Like, what are you exchanging it for? Hey, Daddy, can you come in the room? I'm like so overwhelmed. I'm like overwhelmed with energy, and it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. It's this sense of being so lost and confused in the process and identifying as the process rather than allowing yourself to hold space to see beyond the process and what that potential end result is intending to be. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Who are we? What are we becoming? Why are we going through these things? Why do we have to go through these things? The whys of it. And it's almost even like this question of, why do I have to go through this? Is it because I'm not enough the way I am? And I don't know that you're not enough the way you are, more than you're so much more than what you realize you are. And that's why you're going through this, so you can better understand what you actually are and why your limited perceptions of yourself. So we're no longer cutting it. That's it's such an overwhelming question. It's such an overwhelming sense of loss of self. But see, what I know to be true is every time you lose yourself, it's in preparation for your new, more authentic self to come forward. And really, to call it a new self is really not a new self. It's an even older version of self. You were born being who you are. And then you live through an entire lifetime of being told and programmed and coerced into believing you're something outside of who you actually are. You're shamed into this rejection of self, rejection of all these parts of you. That's what the shadow self is. And as you reject these parts of you, what ends up happening is you lose access to those parts. They get hidden away. That's the thing, they're just hidden. They weren't actually taken away. And then you live your adult life not understanding why you are the way you are, until you reach a point where the cognitive dissonance can no longer override the very thing, the very programming that prevents you from recognizing who and what you are. And so then you go through another process, which is called the spiritual awakening, dark night of the soul, shamanic death, ego death. And as you do that, you then go through the process of allowing these parts of you that are false, that are fake, a facade, um, to slowly erode or decay and kind of just slough off, which is a shedding process. And as you go through that, you feel like you're losing yourself. You lose sight of the fact that this is really just a process of you clearing the space for the truth of you to come forward just a little bit more. Can you lose yourself if you never had self that you could recognize to begin with? Just because the adult you doesn't recognize it doesn't mean the child you didn't recognize it. There was so much that the child in me recognized that society told me I was not allowed to be, that I was shamed into hiding. And because I wanted so badly to fit in, I completely rejected those parts of me. And I forgot those parts. Does that mean I didn't lose parts of me? No. All I lost was the remembering that those parts existed. When I was a child, I used to, because I was left alone a lot. Um, I have older brothers who were supposed to babysit me, but they're teens, so they want to go out with their friends, obviously. Hello. And they knew I wasn't going to burn down the house or like drink bleach, so it's fine. Leave me home by myself. And I distinctly remember, and I didn't remember it until recently, within the past maybe 2 years or so. When I was left home a lot, I did a lot of like just weird things. Just weird shit. Um like really weird shit. I used to like make up my own language. It was a verbal language and a written one. I had several that I made up, right? And I distinctly remember one day, because I left all my stuff out, and I was in elementary school. I left all my arts and crafts stuff out, and my parents got really irritated with me because I left a mess. And then my mom saw the things I was drawing on the paper, which to her looked like scribbles. This was one of the very rare instances where my mom raised her voice. My mom never yelled. She raised her voice at me. And she accused me of being wasteful. That I was spoiled. That I was a spoiled brat because I was wasting paper and ink. And that I better stop doing that. And so I stopped. Was I wasting paper and ink? Or was I transcribing light language from the CDT plates? They were transcriptions. And to this day, because she raised her voice at me, and that really affected me. I mean, she didn't cuss at me or anything. She raised her voice. To this day, I have not been able to retrieve my ability to translate the light language and sigils that I write. I know what it means. I feel it. It's right here, right beneath the throat. It's right here, the high heart, just above the high heart. But I can't get it to go above that, and I can't like say it. There's no human words. Like I can't even make analogies, and I'm really good at making analogies. And I'm just like so can you lose yourself if you never had self that you could recognize to begin with? The concept of the recognition. The difference between the new children and neurotypical humans. Neurotypical humans are so entrenched in the recognition, like rewind, replay, redo, the recognition. New children, they exist within the realm of precognition. They're precogs. They know before they experience. I'm neurodivergent. I know before I experience. Quantum learning, where I will know before I experience, and then I will experience, so I'll bounce back. That's what the fuck that meant. Okay. Oh, yeah. Can I go back there? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go back there. Yeah. No, come on, experience. Go back here with me. Damn, now my life's falling apart. The difference between recognition and precognition. When you try and exist in a way that you're trying to fit into neurotypical boxes and categories, you will destroy yourself. You will destroy yourself. A lot of my resistance in being who I am and being experienced in my most authentic state and sharing of myself, even more freely than the way I am right now, has to do with the process I'm still in, which is I'm still trying to heal the ways in which I've rejected myself. Because I've only ever existed in environments that didn't give me permission to be the truth of who I am. Different environments will give me different permissions in regards to differing parts of me to be more fully expressed. But I've never had an environment until now with you guys where I could just really, actually, truly be who I am. Just really, truly be who I am. You know? It's like, who am I? And my refusal to accept me went so deep. I distinctly remember several years back. It's when I was still doing my truffles. I was not publicly visible for any of this stuff that I am publicly visible now. This man messaged and I immediately blocked him. I immediately blocked him because he freaked me the fuck out, because I've never told this to anyone. And he pointed it out. He messaged because he recognized me as like soul family, and he remembers this lifetime where we were Native Americans, and I was the shaman of the tribe. And I had the ability, like, this is really, really old, really, really old. This is before the colonization of the Americas, okay? I had the ability to access the eyes of raptors, eagles, hawks, the big birds. They would allow me to access their eyes. And so I could see from a bird's eye view the hunting ground. And I would know where to guide our hunters to. And as I did that, I could also access the consciousness of whatever herd we were hunting. It was not a violent hunt. The hunters would remain hidden because obviously the wild animals are skittish around humans. But I would stand there exposed and I would call them to me. Without words or sound. I would call them to me because they knew me. They knew the energy. They would come to me and I would let them know it was no trickery involved. This like asking you to sacrifice your life in exchange for the thriving of my people. And they would come. Not all of them, just enough to sustain our tribe. and they would come. They wouldn't run away. The rest, who, it would be in excess, I would tell them, please leave. I don't want you to see this. And then we would harvest the meat. And this man messaged, and he said, and I was like, no fucking way, you're blocked. And he messaged my truffle page, my business page for my chocolates. He's like, why did you block me? I'm very sorry. If I mean no harm. I block you there too. Why did you write that? But why did you write that? So because you were immersed in an environment full of bullies? Like, you witnessed so many people bullying me. But you did listen. You did listen to them because card number 5, follow your own rhythm. Learn when to turn away. Learn when to turn away. I'm not going to put any more of the comments on the screen, but just like you're witnessing it unfolding in the comment section. I had to experience a period of my life where people treated me like a novelty. Where people could treat me like a novelty, vilify me until they needed me. Until they needed something from me that they could benefit from, that only I could provide. And then that's when it would be okay to be in touch with me. And it's not that I'm asking you guys to have a negative perception of anyone in the comments. I'm just sharing my process right now. I'm sharing my process of remembering a period of my life where I existed as a novelty. And I existed as a novelty with my own permission because during that period, I lacked the capacity to value the truth of who and what I actually am, to really truly see the gravity of me. And that's what triggers my emotions. These emotions of like, fuck, girl. Why'd you let people get away with that shit? I think it was because I was afraid. I think it was because I was afraid that if I didn't, I'd have no place, and this was the only place, and it turns out I didn't belong there either. And I didn't belong there or to any group because of the fact that I am a testament to the potentiality of all peoples, not just specific groups. And to be able to face once again in this moment temporarily the type of internal destruction that I lived through because of people like that. Because I allowed myself to be accessed and used by people like that. And in the end, it was those who I gave to the most that turned around and buried me with what I gave. Michael says to say it again. And in the end, it was those who I gave to the most who turned around and buried me with what I gave. Let's enter into a new level of power. Become so powerful you no longer need armor. Allow the negative forces to increase your rise. I was telling my son, we're kind of laughing about it the other day. And I was telling him, yeah, sometimes I'd be like so jealous. Like I'd do all of these badass activations and armors and like all this weaponry and shit. And I got none of that. And I'd be like, I want armor too. I want that kind of weaponry. And I don't have any of that. Oh, how powerful you have to be to no longer have the fear serve as your armor. Allowing ourselves to move beyond the beyond, allowing ourselves to follow our own rhythm. And maybe what some do with malicious dark intent is allowed so that you can be brought to that place where you are meant to exist, where you're meant to exist. I wonder if you've outgrown the position that you have at your job and it's just become so comfortable that you haven't moved on despite your soul telling you to move on. And so now others are being used by your soul to cultivate an environment that will leave you no choice but to move on. That's the truth of power. That's the truth of power. You know, where the world needs you somewhere else, and if you're not going to go, then your soul will make things happen to make you go. It's a beautiful thing. I remember one year we were traveling nonstop, and so we were kind of just in and out of different hotel rooms in different cities and states. And this one time, my husband ended up getting a job at a place that was wanting to hire him permanent. And he was getting paid a decent amount. And so, with that, you know, it would have been foolish to let that go. And one day, Michael told me I need to call him and tell him to come home from work, to quit his job. We need to leave. And I was like, no, are you kidding me? They're about to hire him permanently. I'm not telling him none of that. I'm not leaving anywhere. He's going to get hired permanently and we're going to get back into a regular house and have a regular life. I told him no. About 10 minutes later, my husband calls me. As soon as that phone rings, I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, hi, what are you doing? And he's upset. He's upset. He just came out of a meeting at work. They had a meeting because the bosses in his department, who was trying to hire everyone that was part of that department because it was brand new. They just leased this huge building and created this new department and had a full staff in that department. And the bosses, the heads of that department, were trying to get all of the temporary workers hired on permanent. They liked everyone. Everyone vibed really well together. And he just got out of a business meeting, company meeting, where they let everyone know everyone's being terminated, effective immediately. I was like, that's a dick move, Michael. Because I lack the courage to verbalize the guidance. The entire department was laid off. And now we're free to travel. That's what happened. That's what happened. So sometimes when we fight the guidance of our soul will find another way to force our compliance. You know? Are you still in touch with the people who did these things to me? Are you still friends with them? I'd like to know. Are you still friends with these people? Are you friends with them no longer because they pushed you out or because you chose to walk away? Is it because they didn't support you, or is it because you walked away? Is it because you could no longer get anything from them and so now you're here for me? Or were you still benefiting from those connections and decided to walk away? Why do I not believe you? You can stay here if you want. Just know you won't benefit at all from me. I won't do anything outside of allow you to stay in the live streams and comment. I won't be raising any funds. I won't be donating anything. I literally will not be doing anything at all outside of allowing you to share space with me here and there in the live streams. So I'm a completely different person from then. Whatever you believe you defended then, she no longer exists. So if you're going to stay, I want to be very upfront with you. The girl you knew then no longer exists. I buried her using the wooden planks from the bridges I took apart. And then I covered that coffin using the ashes of the connections I burned. That girl that you knew me to be, she's no longer here. Card number 52, void of course, moon missing. The moon is a friend for the lonesome to talk to. All is not as it seems. This void of course moon card can be daunting. It may not be a good or appropriate time to answer your question. As it is now, the results may not be what you want. It's as if the moon has gone to sleep. Her wisdom is being withheld until she moves into a new sign and the moon begins a new chapter or story. Matters will not go as planned. In fact, most of the time it will end up far worse than you planned. Let me be very clear. You're not going to convince me of anything in this live stream. It would probably behoove you to just stop. All this effort you're putting into trying to convince the other people in the audience, they support and love me. Not like the people from the past. They actually support and love me. If you cannot convince me, I promise you, you are wasting your time trying to convince them when they feel what I'm feeling. So just stop. All you're doing at this point is being disruptive. This card says to sit still and stay as you are. Take no action at the current time. Wait for the storm to pass over. It's time to be patient and allow matters to settle before beginning anew. Allow this matter to resolve on its own without your help, work, or interference. Don't bail anyone out or make loans currently because it's unlikely you'll be repaid. After long and costly effort, your matter in question may fail. People around you may start behaving like screw ups. It could be that great passions are playing against you. Discipline is needed. It's not a time to act impulsively. Whatever you do as your routine will stay as it is. However, matters that are unplanned or spontaneous will tend to work out for you. A void of course moon can be used to your benefit. To keep this in mind when this card shows up in a spread, or so keep this in mind when this card shows up. For instance, you can work on something you really don't want. You know, like working on something you really don't want. That's a surefire way when you do this during a void of course moon, to make sure that it crashes and burns. You know, I love you guys so much. I really love you guys so much. I really, really do. You guys give me the courage to kind of just sit in my space and be the most authentic me I could possibly be, considering my level of development, like where I am currently at within my journey. And it takes a village of strong warriors to be able to hold me up in the way you guys do. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. The juxtaposition of what I've come from and where I live now. You guys are what gives gravity to my understanding of what I allowed back then. And it's important to be able to experience this together and for me to speak freely on it, especially in the face of triggering, because a lot of it has to do with you witnessing why you carry so much gravity with me. You know, it's like Billy was there during that time. I don't feel any of this towards Billy. I don't feel like I have to protect myself and establish my boundaries and flex. And, you know, it's just like, it's Billy. It's Billy. You know, Billy doesn't hurt people. Billy doesn't use people. It's Billy. Billy's a lover. Billy is someone who gives and loves and holds space and encourages. It's Billy. So saying that is me identifying. I'm judging character. I'm judging based on the history. Now, people can change. And when you change, your energy does as well. And if you've existed with me during a time of great upheaval, great destruction, and I don't sense a change in energy, I really don't give a shit what comes out your fingers or your mouth. I just don't. I don't. I've always liked Billy. You know, all that shit was happening, and I could feel Billy's kind of like, what the fuck's going on? I can't speak for you, but that's what I felt like. Whoa, what the fuck is going on? And there were people who were present then who I could feel within them, like, what the fuck's actually going on here? Like, we see who this girl is. Like, what? What? You know? Yeah. I know. Someone once told me they're going to fall like dominoes, but we're still going to be here. And I'm like, yeah, it's been years. You're still here. Hello. You know, and I realize at this point, like, I don't need to be guarded the way I was. And when I am guarded, that's because I recognize I need to be in that moment. You know, being able to hold my own space and not feel ashamed that, hey, you know what? I'm feeling some kind of way. I'm feeling some kind of way. And no, I'm not just going to be like, oh, no, people, no, no. I'm feeling some kind of way. And that's that. I'm feeling some kind of way. And that's that. That's that. Allowing yourself, wedding cancellations, unfulfilled plans. making mistakes and other bad decisions. Excuse me, hollow feelings, a sense of everything being unreal, emptiness. Matters remaining unresolved, not paying attention. Time to wait a while and start over. Serendipitous occurrences, a time to disconnect. Wow. Unfavorable time to apply for a job, get married, or for non-routine medical procedures. Silence, failed judgment, false readings, wasted effort, the wrong choice, missed opportunity, sleep and recovery. And really, what you guys witnessed, let me clarify. What you guys witnessed is what I actually lived through, where people think that if, I can't prove what their intent is, if they say it nice enough, if they continue and continue and continue, eventually they'll convince me to do what they say, what they want, what they need, what they're asking for, what they are crying for, what they're this, what they're that. That's how I used to exist. That's how I used to exist. It didn't take much effort to manipulate me. I recognize that about myself. It didn't take much effort to manipulate me. If I see you cry, I'll give you what you want. If I see you struggling, I'll give you what you want. Even when it's to my detriment, I'll give you what you want. That's why that bitch had to be buried. She needed to be buried. You know what I mean? She just needed to be buried. She needed to be buried. She needed to have a nice little, wooden box made for her, right? And then buried under the ashes of everything that burned during that period. And allowing that ash to mix with soil and grow the most beautiful garden. I'm never going to return to being that way. I will still help when it's the proper thing for me to do. I will still allow myself to be a lover and a giver and all of these things within proper reason, using appropriate discernment. I'll no longer have shame of giving too much or not giving enough or not giving at all. That period taught me so much about myself and the gravity of me. Most importantly, it taught me exactly who the people are that serve as a foundation for my heart, my growth, everything. They are the anchors of this lifetime. There's not many of them. There's not many of them. I lost so many people. It wasn't a loss, it was a shedding of unnecessary weight. Yeah. This feels so much more better to me. If my account hadn't been completely deleted from the Facebook server, completely deleted, this is how malicious some people are. They launched a campaign to completely delete, complete off the servers, my Facebook account. If that hadn't happened, you'd be able to see the chronicling of my growth, what I lived through. Not just from people doing things to me, but the lowest point of my journey and how I grew from that. You'd be able to see the process with which I gave myself permission to exist. And you'll see, you would have been able to see the reach that I had established on social media and how that reach meant jack squat because I wasn't being my most authentic self. My reach has scaled down so fucking much, is ridiculous. But here's the thing. This is how I know this is my purpose, because that scaled down reach doesn't make me sad. It makes me feel more fulfilled because, yeah, it's not a couple hundred people joining me during live streams every single time. I'm not getting 500,000 organic reach. But guess what? The people who join me, like, I know without a shadow of a doubt, I don't even need to question it. Like, y'all actually love me. Like, I mean something to you. And I would willingly give up that reach if given the opportunity again. I would willingly and joyfully walk away from that again, knowing you guys are waiting for me on the other side. I didn't lose anything. I didn't lose anything but the very people and circumstances that continued to aggravate my wounds, that prevented me from allowing myself to truly exist. And that's a powerful thing. And there is no price that is too high or too great. If that's what I stand to gain, take the entire audience. Take it all. Because here, you guys aren't an audience. You're literally my online family. Like, you guys are literally my online family. How could you ever think that it's the wrong decision if that very decision, that very difficult circumstance that you struggled to live through, that you struggled to survive, ended up express shipping you back home? All right. That. DoorDash gave me 50% off. DoorDash is like, baby girl, we got to eat our feelings today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that DoorDash 50% off, and I'm going to DoorDash my brothers some goodies. Now I'm just saying, I can't eat any of that shit. I'm going to DoorDash him some junk food. All right. Card number 40, water element sensing. Your intellect may be confused, but your emotions will never lie to you. And there you go. Logically, you might not be able to process logically, but your emotions are telling you. Your emotions are telling you. And you guys have witnessed, for the most part, I'm very tolerant of people, you know, for the most part. Like, people can say all kind of stuff and I kind of just laugh it off, and you know what I mean? It takes a whole different level of something. And it wasn't this statement of people are still scared of you. Like, a lot of people are scared of you. That wasn't the issue. It wasn't a matter of me having my little feelings hurt. It was a triggering of old things that I never allowed myself to really process. You know what I mean? I want to make it very clear, because in the absence of that explanation and sharing of my internal processing, then it leaves room for, not so developed, evolved people to then be like, oh my God, she's just like, look at what she's doing. She's publicly embarrassing someone just because her feelings got hurt, just because her ego got hurt. Are there people that talk like that? I assume there are, right? There has to be someone who talks like that. There has to be someone who talks like that. There has to. Totally schmotally. Okay, stop. Okay, in astrology, water represents our emotions and our talents of the imagination. Let matters flow. Okay? Water characterizes a realm of vision, taking us into the quintessential depths of feeling, where intuition is more appropriate than acquired wisdom and knowledge. We get carried away on water. We have feelings of floating or being adrift over water. Mm-hmm. When the water element card presents itself in a spread, you can trust that you feel as the best course to follow. So, the best course to follow, really allow yourself to feel this. Really allow yourself to feel this flow away from troubled waters, flowing into the more gentler streams, knowing that those streams might join up with huge rivers. I mean, one of my most favorite places. Oh my God. I don't remember the name of the place, but it's an off-grid um RV area, and there's this huge river, and behind the RV was this small, like really really tiny creek stream that I think it was being fed from a glacier, because it was ice effing cold, and then it leads to the bigger river. Oh my God. That's one of my most favorite places on earth. Hold on. um Hi. Oh, bye. So, hi. Hi, guys. Can you guys hear and see me now? All right. So, can you hear and see me now? Meow meow. So, obviously, I'm not allowed to talk about this um, camping spot. And I'm not allowed to bring any of you to this camping spot. But it's a river. It's a river near what? Hello. Hold on. Hold on. I'll tell you a general county that it's in. Oh, it's in Madison County. It's in Madison County. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous there. You know, it's gorgeous. So let's just keep going. Let's keep going. Um, okay. Sometimes, okay. When this card comes up in a spread, you can trust what you feel as the best course to follow. What you are sensing right now may not be based on any logic. It's just that what you are sensing is correct. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? People might be like, oh, that is so illogical. You are attacking this poor woman based on something that you don't know, you can't prove. Okay, but it feels right to not be compliant. Okay. Right now, it's best to go with the flow and depending upon the card surrounding it, to trust that movement. Although these changes may seem gentle and gradual, sometimes the water element card indicates a need to withdraw and fight another day. It is time to gather resources and gain strength before moving ahead. This can at times indicate trusting too soon or the passive acceptance of other people's shortcomings. Excuse me, when you shouldn't accept them. That's so accurate. You may have the tendency to want to allow things to pass you by without fighting for them, to let go of something that is rightfully yours. Water is the element of compassion and understanding, but avoid being a doormat. See, passion and understanding must first be applied to self before it can be applicable to other people. You know what I mean? It has to first be applied to you before you can start, understanding enough to apply it to other people. I once knew this person who would just Google all sorts of information without actually fully understanding it and then teach it to other people. Yeah. And then they had the nerve to tell other people that I'm just making shit up because you can't find it on Google. Okay. 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 Yeah. You'll have people who they'll try and project their insecurities at you. And this projection is the very thing that causes you to question, because as an empath, people who are highly empathic, whatever is projected at you, even if it's not intentionally projected, you tend to struggle with understanding whether it's yours or not. You tend to struggle with that. So when someone projects things at you, then it becomes this thing of like, wait, why do I feel this way? Am I feeling this way because I'm mean? Am I feeling blah, 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 or blah, 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 blah? And it has more to do with just blah, blah, blah. Right? Compassion for self comes before all. If not, you know what happens? A mess waiting to happen. That's what happens. When you find yourself in a situation where you are finally verbalizing what you need to say to reestablish new boundaries, like how you saw me do earlier in this video, that was evidence of me exercising compassion for myself. And I had to bring up the presence of Billy because she actually was there during that period. And I don't feel that towards her. So I can't make this blanketed statement of this is just me being insecure about that period of my life. And I'm just being unnecessarily mean to someone. No. Mobile specialist was there. I don't feel that towards him. There's quite a few people who were there. I don't feel that towards them. Queen of Hearts was there. I don't question why she's here. We have to be careful of allowing these distorted thoughts to be what we base our perceived truths on. The all or nothing thinking, where it's like, well, enough of you guys who were there are still here and are nice. You're not using me or manipulating me. So then everyone who still comes around is nice and doesn't have any ulterior motives. That's not true. Now, I can't accuse of anything, okay? But I can definitely say, without any shame or guilt, that shit felt off. It felt very, very off. Whether it was intentional to disrupt, whether it was intentional to try and upset, to drop my frequency, to facilitate a breach. Sometimes people serve as organic portals, and these organic portals are the vehicles that are used by demonic things. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm just stating an actual reality when it comes to etheric mechanics. The most efficient way to penetrate through an impenetrable shield is to allow, encourage, incite the depletion of frequency that's used to reinforce. How do you do that? Destabilizing emotions, destabilizing thoughts, use of gaslighting, all sorts of different things. Cyclical type logic. I don't know what you're talking about. No, what? Huh? Oh, no. What? We're back at square one. Oh, we're not at 10. We're at 1. I'm like, no. This is not a circle. If it's going to be a circle, you're not in that circle of trust. Yeah. Yep. Ooh, Christy. You show me how I can still be gentle, compassionate, loving, and not losing that side, but stand firm, speak up, and speak loud to protect your personal space. Oh. And here I thought I was failing at it. I genuinely felt like I was failing at it today. Failure is so subjective. Oftentimes what we think we're failing at, we're we're actually exceeding. We're actually exceeding what we can perceive in that moment based on our life experiences, based on this, based on that. Sometimes it's like, sometimes it gets hard to breathe when I realize I still have the same struggles that I thought I already have successfully addressed. And it's not a sense of failure, it's just a realization. This recognition. I've come a long way, don't get me wrong. I've come a very long way. Like a very, very long way. I'm being overwhelmed by the realization that I can recognize I've come a long way and still also acknowledge I have a long way to still go. And it's not failure, it's observing your progress from a higher vantage point. And in that higher vantage point, you have a clearer view of how far you've climbed, but also the same token, on the same breath, you can see how much farther you have to go, because what you just climbed, it jutted out a little bit and it obstructed the view of how high this life mountain actually is. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Like, at all. At all. It's this ripening. And in the ripening, you're becoming much more distinct in comparison to the parts of you that are just barely blossoming. I don't know if you guys know this. Flowers are the part of the tree that become the fruit. That's usually how it is. Now, not for all species, obviously, but they usually are the things that grow the fruit. And if you look at any fruit-bearing type of tree, the fruit don't all grow and ripen at the same time. They just don't, right? They don't. And that happens to increase the potentiality of the spreading of the seeds. Everything you go through, every fruit that ripens and falls from the tree carries with it the potential of adding to your orchard. We're living orchards. And the fruit that we bear, it's evidence of how much we've endured and how we've taken the raw components, the soil, the sun, the water, and we've made something sweet of that. I mean, is the sun naturally sweet? Some would say it has no flavor. Is water naturally sweet? Some would say it tastes like water. What are you talking about? Is soil naturally sweet? Well, no, Emmy, that tastes like dirt. Yet here we are, taking the sun, the soil, and the water and making the sweetest fruits of it. And really, how does fruit ripen? By just leaving it be, letting it go through its process, knowing that as long as the roots are firmly, securely in the soil, the water will not erode it to the degree where the tree will fall over. And that necessary water will help with the processes that occur within the tree. You don't see this happening outside of the tree. And as this happens and you go through your processes and you grow the blossoms that become the fruit, just sitting in the light of your truth causes you to ripen. That means the need to lose the shame for the process that you're currently in. That requirement is imminent. You're about to be forced by your life to release the shame and the guilt. The shame and the guilt of existing in a way that other humans did not give you permission to exist in. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to come here as some sort of agent of change sent by creation itself to infiltrate the matrix so it can be changed from the inside out, the people who you are expecting to give you permission to change don't even understand what that change will do for their internal peace, for their divine existence. Do you think the people of Jesus' time knew the gravity of what this lunatic of a man, this terrorist of a man, would mean? Do you think his people knew that crusades would be launched and his name would be known across the world? He was just a fucking lunatic making everyone look bad because he was going against the Pharisees. Isn't that what we're doing here in this space that we share? We're going against the status quo. We're going against the programming that's been instilled for many, many, many generations. The Pharisees had absolute power and control for many generations before Jesus incarnated. Just because your environment doesn't understand you when you want or need them to, doesn't mean you don't carry the gravity of that purpose that you came into this life to live. I remember like a year or two ago, people who I grew up with reached out on Facebook. They reached out on Facebook. I'd known this guy since I was a freshman in high school. I had known him that long. And I mean, our lockers were literally beside each other. The entire time we went to high school together, our lockers were always beside each other. You don't get to pick your lockers. You know what I mean? So he'd known me that long. And after high school, when I began to kind of break away from the crowd, you know, I was kind of seen as weirder than I already was because I've always been intense. Not combative, just intense to be around, intense to talk to, intense to witness. I'm just fucking intense. And and then we lost touch for quite a few years. About a year or so ago. Yeah, about a year or so ago. He privately reached out, and this guy is talking about energy and frequency and vibrations and stuff. I'm like, who are you? What? What are you talking about? Because I was ready and willing to revert back to the girl in high school who doesn't talk about all this weird shit, witch shit, new age shit. You know what I mean? Basically, all the things that ignite this passionate fire within me. Okay. I was willing to play the role of like, yeah, no, I'm normal. I'm a housewife, homemaker housewife, you know? And this fool's coming up with frequency and like chakras. I'm like, what? Oh, what is going on with you? Then he's talking about like, how does he book a reading? And I was like, what? What are you talking about? A reading? Like reading books? I'm not going to give you a reading. That's weird. And in that moment, that's my face is feeling dry. That's evidence of how I still exist in a way where I limit myself when it comes to people who knew me before I became me. Ooh, the gravity of that statement. People who knew me before I became me. At least once a year, I'll give my sister a reading. I don't know. I think at some point my brother's going to be like, listen, okay, every time you do a reading, we end up with another baby. Can you just fucking stop? I think eventually he's going to say that to me. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy to see all of these effects on the people around me just because I finally allow myself to be me. One of my siblings, not was it last year? Last Thanksgiving, he goes, "Hey, um, so she said that I need an exorcism, like I need an extraction," and I was like, "Yeah, you need a parasitic extraction." One of my siblings, you know, and he's like, "Well, come on, let's do it. Where do you want me to sit?" And I was like, I just don't do that. I don't do that. I don't, I don't do that. So are you gonna do an exorcism or what? You're weirding me out. It's just weird. This is just weird. This is weird. I can't do this with you. I just can't. I'll text you later. I'll put you in my schedule. We'll do it via messenger. I can't do this face to face. This is weird. This is really weird. And, I mean, I grew up with my family. I've always been labeled as the weird one. Like, why do you always got to make shit weird? We'll be in a group conversation and I'll be like, oh, and then everyone stops. The conversation stops and like, no, don't make it fucking weird, yo. Just because I said, oh, yeah, no, then everyone in the conversation is like, no. She's going to say weird shit. She's going to say scary shit. Then all of us are going to be fucking scared and just, nah, we all got to split up now. The conversation's done. Over 40 years. Over 40 years it took for my environment to accept me. And the only reason it took over 40 years is because that's the length of time I needed to learn to accept myself so that my environment could better accept me. When you're apologetic about the way you exist, your environment will not allow you permission to exist in that way. That is an uncertainty, and creation does not exist being okay with voids existing. That's like a void within you. You're not sure of what you're going to put in there. Oh my God! Please tell her that I said I love her very much, genuinely from the deepest depths of my heart's oceans. And it really truly honors me that she values anything that I say, knowing that she's existing as a treasure trove to humanity. She is a treasure, and I could learn so much from her. Please let her know. Please let her know. Let her know that it's such an honor for someone who is such a treasure to value anything that I say, having only a fraction of what she's been able to experience in the wisdom that's created from all her experiences. I hope to be one day as wise as her. Oh my gosh, that is such a compliment. That is such a compliment. So, I'll give you an example of how your environment doesn't accept you unless you accept yourself. All my children were kind of like born, one after the other. Like, I have a lot of kids, and they're all like, I was on a perpetual whelping cycle for quite a few years. So, as I have a child, I breastfeed, and I continue to breastfeed through the pregnancy of the next child. And really, the child I was breastfeeding will wean themselves because they don't want to be, breastfeeding from the same boob as the newborn. The milk, I guess, changes in its, its composition because it registers, your breast will register a newborn. And so it will become a more richer milk than what, a 1-year-old would need, right? So usually the older one will self-wean. And so with that, I was literally continuously breastfeeding for, I want to say, about 9.5 years. Like no break, because I would breastfeed while I was pregnant. And so in that 9.5 years of continuously breastfeeding, I never covered my child's head with a cover. Okay, people might think that's gross, that I left my boob exposed. I never excused myself into the bathroom. If we're at a restaurant and my child is hungry, I will feed my child at the table with us because, hello, the child deserves to eat at the table just like the rest of the humans. And this entire time, 9.5 years of breastfeeding, and my kids are exclusively breastfed, no bottles at all. 9.5 years. I had never been told by anyone to cover up, to leave, that I'm being obscene or anything like that. And I never understood why. So many women are bullied into covering their... Do you try eating your food underneath your blanket? Okay, if you like that, that's on you. Don't be telling me to obstruct my child's view and breathing. My child deserves to have an amazing, beautiful dining experience. Go eat in the closet. How you like that? And so I was very unapologetic about that. One time, someone's child, who I would say was maybe like, I don't know, I would say they were either first or second grade. They're still small, but they should be old enough at that point to know to give people their privacy, right? Because as a parent, I tell my kids, even if they're that young or younger, hey, privacy. Don't look at other people, what they're doing. Privacy, okay? I understand this is a public space, but let's give people privacy. Let's not wait for them to ask us. to give them privacy. Let's respect them enough to give them that privacy. Okay. And so I feel like you should be able to teach your child from the start that type of thing. And I remember this child literally stood in front of me in the middle of the mall because I was breastfeeding. I'm not upset about the child being curious. It's the parent's job to teach the child, right? It's the parent's job. So why is the parent not telling their child, hey, let's give that mom some privacy? So what did I do? Hi, this is your baby? You might want to feed your baby. I think she's hungry. I mean, if your child is staring at my breast, children instinctively know. They instinctively know what boobs are for. It's only the adults that don't understand what boobs are actually for. They're not there for your entertainment. They're not there to be fetishized by you. Their form and function is specifically to feed a child. That's why it produces milk. That's what they're for, to feed a child. And I feel like no one ever told me to cover up and, oh my God, I was being so perverted, because I never wavered in that. I was never apologetic. Like, hey, your kid's looking at my boob. I'm assuming your kid's hungry or thirsty or something. Fucking feed your kid. Okay? The problem is not the kid. I want to make that very clear. The problem is not the kid. Children are curious. That's why they have parents to kind of guide them through those curiosities and what's socially acceptable and not socially acceptable. There's a lot of things in my family that are acceptable for my family, but it's not acceptable socially. So I explained to my kids, like, hey, it's all good here, but just know when you're around other people, they're going to think that that's kind of like, what are you doing? I'm uncomfortable, I mean, in our family, it's perfectly fine. There's no biggie. But other people will be uncomfortable, just so you're aware, So kind of be on that sliding scale for behaviors. If you're okay with people having these judgments about you, I don't care. I'll support you. But if you're feeling a little bit, unsure of yourself, this is why you feel like they don't get you. Just teaching them the difference between socially acceptable versus honoring who you are. And if who you are is not socially acceptable, for me personally, I don't mind the price I pay because I have to be who I am. The price I pay to conform far outweighs what I would ever pay by being who I am and being shunned by the people who are not ready to accept me as I am. Ooh, yes. This one. I remember breastfeeding. My mom got me a breast pump because she and my boyfriend at the time wanted to help and feed her too. That's really beautiful. I was just too lazy to do bottles. I was too lazy to sterilize everything because it's the kind of mom I am. Like, everything has to fucking be sterilized in a special sterilizer. And I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. On top of that, I got traumatized one time. I was so exhausted and I was pumping and I fell asleep with a pump on. I fell asleep with a pump on. And I woke up like, my boob, what's that feeling? And I looked and the pump was still going. And because I think I was sleeping for like 30, 40 minutes, I was knocked out in the rocking chair. And what happened? Because the pump was on, like on high for like 30, 40 minutes, like my nipple was about this long. And I was like, no more. I can't do that no more. No. I wasn't sure if it would go back to normal. And I was like, do I have to do that to the other side? That's gonna hurt. And then I stopped. I stopped pumping. I was like, fuck that. I'm not pumping jack squat. Fresh from the source. I figure, even for people who are like, oh my God, that's so selfish. No, there's other ways to bond with a baby, not just with food. Also, a baby starts solid foods at like 4 to 6 months. You can't wait 4 months. Jesus Christ. Stop being that way. So that's how I see it. Look inward. Don't worry about the drama that surrounds you. Avoid the commotion. Sit still, float, and trust your inner wisdom. It will not steer you wrong. At present, you may have little energy and want to withdraw. You are, in fact, doing a lot of inner processing, which will take you where you want to go. There are deeper levels working and developing inside you, but the work is not seen on the outside. Expect a pause, but a forward motion soon. You're going to walk forward, okay? You're going to walk forward. You can't blow it back. No, you cannot. But if it's not continuously like stretched out, eventually it will return back to its normal size. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, you can always tell when someone is a breastfeeding mother. Their nipple is the size of a pinky tip. I think that's TMI. Yeah, I mean, you could just tell if you're a breastfeeder, you know when someone else is a breastfeeder, because if they get THL, it's literally like the tip of a pinky to facilitate feeding. But when you stop feeding, if you have naturally small little cute nipples, they tend to go back to that after a few years. That's my logic. I don't know. I don't know if it's accurate, so don't quote me. Number 18. What's that, TMI? Card number 18. Virgo, I analyze. Do not anticipate trouble or worry about what may never happen. Keep in the sunlight. Worry and organization are the key traits of the sign Virgo and of this card. Virgo is picky and exacting. They can be insanely organized. They are very helpful to others. They tend to be critical, but usually this criticism is applied to themselves. They are conscientious and highly intelligent. See, what I found about Virgos? What I found about Virgos is this. They're all those things, but they hide all of that. Instead of using it as a superpower, they hide all of it. Why? Because jackass people make them feel bad for being who they are. If you have Virgo tendencies, fuck everybody. Don't let them fucking shame you into this box of conformity. Pretty much every Virgo that I personally know, they won't allow any of these beautiful superpowers that they have to be witnessed by other people, because they are so cognitively aware of how others will accuse them of being controlling. I think my North Node or my South Node is in Virgo. I'm tired of it. I'm not going to apologize for being able to organize things within myself, outside of myself, to be logical, to be able to control my environment in a way that will facilitate a smoother outcome, you know? Okay, Virgos are true worry warts. Much of their worry focuses on health, possible disasters, and any sudden change, which they dread. They would much prefer a return to simpler times. Okay. Virgos are highly strung. They overthink. They then plan against what might go wrong and hate it when things do go wrong. This is not personal reading time, personal advice time. I'm extra bitchy today, just like an FYI. 3.5 hours into it. If you're just joining, this is not personal reading time. Virgos may shy away from chaos and detest disarray. It's unusual for Virgo natives to keep books and musical collections. What? It isn't unusual for Virgo natives to keep books and musical collections in alphabetical order, organized by color coordination of the spine. That's me, yo. That's me. Oh my God. It's beautiful, though. Your mind may be beleaguered by worries, some of them health related. Other worries may be that things have gotten out of control. This card sometimes indicates hospital doors, meaning medical tests and visits to the doctor. Alternative health approaches and a better diet may appeal to you now. This card is asking you to look to concerns about health, lifestyle, and your job. If you're expecting things to go normally or as planned, they will not likely be the case. You know? Jesus loves me. Oh, yes, he does. 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 I just had to sing that out, you know? This card also signifies a good time to get rid of your clutter, living a cleaner life, focusing on details, and doing what needs to be done are now your focus. Other concerns would be your daily routine, 9 to 5 responsibilities, and mundane goings on that may need your attention. Getting organized will enable you to get where you're going. This card also suggests you need to be more reliable in your approach. Problems won't go away. You must work, and they must be addressed. Things need to be addressed, you know? I, the Lord of sea and sky, I have heard my people cry. I have wept for love of them. They turn away. I will break their hearts of stone. Give them hearts for love alone. I have wept for love of them. They turn away. Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord? I have heard you saying, don't be a little bitch. I'm so petty, so very petty. Jesus is watching, so I better choose to behave. I'm just saying, that's my remix. Jesus watching you, girlfriend. You better stop being so fucking petty just because you can. I'm just saying, Jesus love not conditional. That's not unconditional. He might Buddha palm your ass. He might recruit Buddha over here, his homie, and be like, bitch, what I tell you. I don't know what you told me. I don't know what you told me. I don't know. What did I do? I'm just saying, you know, like Jesus didn't get petty when he was on the cross. He didn't cuss people out. He said, Adonai, Adonai. Why have. Okay. No. Let's not. Let's not. Okay. Elohai. Elohai. Mm-hmm. And these people talking about Jesus and stuff, they don't even know what Elohim is. I'm just saying. Don't talk to me about Jesus unless you know what Elohim is and what it's plural for. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Don't talk to me about Jesus unless you've mastered the entire course program of theology, okay? Baptized and confirmed. 12 years of theological indoctrination. That doesn't include the multiple years after those 12 where I was actively preparing myself to join the seminary. You know what a seminary is? It's a convent. I was going to join a convent and become a fucking nun. Don't talk to me about Jesus. Don't talk to me about it. Oh my God. Let me stop fucking around. See, that's a Buddha palm. See what I'm saying? That's a Buddha palm right there. Mm-hmm. You thought. Talk to me about Jesus. Oh, you know, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I wanted to be a Carmelite nun to let you guys know how serious I was about becoming a nun. I was so fucking serious. This was not like something that I wanted to do just so I could like tell people like, hey, I was a nun. Hey. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be a fucking nun. Not just any nun, a Carmelite nun. Okay? Mm-hmm. Just saying. If you don't know the gravity of what a Carmelite nun is, if you don't know the gravity of what a Carmelite nun is, you need to go and Google or duck that bitch. Did you know in order to be a Carmelita, you can't have any debt? You have to pay off all your debt. You don't think that you can rack up the credit card bills, go to a nunnery, go to a convent, and you're absolved of all your debt. Bitch, they need you to have a degree and they need you to be debt free. How's that shit? I'm just saying. Just saying. Okay. 3 things that cannot long be hidden. What card is this? This is not even the right fucking book. Sorry, it's this book. Okay, let's read this anyways. 3 things that cannot long be hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Eclipses can bring on times which seem shadowy and disordered, but they are not necessarily bad and should not be viewed as such. Mm-hmm. You know what kind of fuckery had to happen to me in my life for me to give up my dream of being a nun? Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. Any number of things might happen: the ending or beginning of a transformative relationship, a change in life's path or job, or a change in where you live. Whatever it may be, it will be abrupt. Okay. We all know this. Quit aggravating my asthma. You aggravating my asthma. Stop it. What did you say, como? Kokomo. What you say, Kokomo? Read it again. Any number of things might happen: the ending or beginning of a transformative relationship, a change in life's path or job, or a change in where you live. Whatever it may be, it will be abrupt. Lunar eclipses herald times of a new way of looking at things. That is why they can even bring on changes in eyeglass or contact lens prescriptions. Whatever the issue, it been brewing for a while and things are about to bubble over. It could be a partner or a would-be partner who wishes to take a relationship to a new level. Request denied, it seems. Shit. Girl, people are hurting. Don't just because you're uncomfortable doesn't mean you make a joke out of it. Whatever the issue, it's been brewing for a while and things are about to bubble over. It could be a partner or a would-be partner who wishes to take a relationship to a new level. That tells me, like the feeling of it tells me, one of you who I don't know, whichever one, does not want to take it to that next level because something was uncovered that really made that person feel like, I'm good. Since the moon symbolizes our emotions, you probably already sense what this change should be and will not be completely surprised by it. But the force and dramatic nature of the shift may be unexpected. Yeah, see, you already knew. You already knew. If the situation is something you've taken for granted and collapses, and you'll need to make a new start. This card also indicates cycles, and whatever seems lost at this time, you can be assured will return to you. Your autonomy will return to you. Don't worry. Don't worry, it's going to be a hard period. Breakups are usually hard, especially if you're the one being broken up with. Like, we can't make a joke of that. But you get through it, though. Given enough time, you acclimate to your new baseline, okay? Did you know, I saw this video where it's a guy playing three individuals. So one person has a neurotypical mind, I believe. Two types of neurotypical-ish minds. One that sees their thoughts, like visuals. That's how they think in visuals. And then the other one that only hears, like they hear themselves talking things out, and that's how they process the information. And people who have dyslexia, which I struggle with dyslexia as well, they can actually do both. They process by the visual as well as the auditory ways of processing, and that they think in a three-dimensional way. And that's why things like that are two-dimensional often can get flipped, like lowercase b and a p or a d, and numbers get flipped, and the chronological order of things, I think, sometimes also gets flipped. But y'all don't see and hear shit. So the way my mind works, I see, I hear, and then there's this secondary layer. Like, say I'm singing song number 1 out loud and I'm seeing the video that is associated with that song playing in my head. And then I'm humming song number 2 in my head. And then I usually will have like a song number 3 or number 4 playing in the background of the background. Do y'all do that too? I'm not the only one that does that, is it? Y'all do that too. There's at least one of you in there, right? Please raise your hand if you do this too. I don't like feeling like I'm by myself in this. Because, you know, like, and then the only way to like shut it all off is I have to be sprinting at full speed and like max type of resistance on the elliptical with my eyes closed and a song playing really loud in my earbuds, because then I'm overloaded, and all of my processing capacity has to go towards coordinating so I don't fall off the elliptical. Yeah. Yeah. See? Other people do that. There we go. I don't feel so alone now. Card number 43, Hand of Fatima. 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 There was this person, this hairdresser in the Philippines who, I guess, I don't know. She's transgender. She's transitioning, I guess, into life as a woman. And she came to the house when we were visiting the Philippines. And she came as a hairdresser and was gonna like cut everyone's hair and stuff. And now I don't know how to pronounce Fatima or Fatima, because she was like, I was like, oh, what's your name? And she goes, Fatima. So now I don't know if that was the way or if there's another way to pronounce it. Fatima. Got me fucked up. Hold on. How do you pronounce?
How do you go about pronouncing it? Fatima.
Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. Fatima. I'm not going to say it like that. That experience forever effed me up because Fatima. I can't get that out of my head. Fatima. Fatima. We say Fifi. Is there two different ways to say it? I'm so torn within myself. Hand of Fifi. I can never leave you. Not for a moment. Not for an hour. You are in everything I do. You are my everything. My drink is your sweetness. I move to your command. I am a surrendered prey in your hands, and you are my consuming lion. Your soul and my soul are truly one soul. I swear to our one soul, I long for no one but you. In the garden of your grace, I'm only a germinating sprout. The crown of my blooming is the desire to be in your arms. My hand watches over you. It brings you blessings and comfort, protection and grace. Radiant with divinity am I, and you are my child, my beloved, my angel, and my body too. I shall never leave you. Turn your inner eye to me and see the light of my grace in your heart. You cannot be harmed. You cannot be defiled. You can only ever be what you are. Me, alive, radiant with love. That's deep. You cannot be harmed. You cannot be defiled. You can only ever be what you are. Have you ever been able to love someone in that way? Where no matter what happens between the two of you, no matter what you witness them go through, no matter the ways in which they perceive themselves to have failed, they can never be harmed, they can never be defiled, they can never be anything outside of what they actually are to you in your eyes. That is a pure type of love. That is a pure type of love. And I'm realizing right now that because that's the way I love people, you know, until it's time for us to part ways, that's just how I love people. And I remember someone who was dear to me, they were in a marriage that was ending, and they wanted me to meet this new person that they were involved with. And that person was like, you know, is she gonna like me and this and that? And this person who was dear to me was like, oh, you don't gotta worry, because she's like a writer, like she's ride or die. She don't give a shit what you did. She doesn't care. Like, she doesn't care at all. Like, she's gonna tell you you're fucking up, but she doesn't care what you're doing. She's just gonna love you. If she's got you, she's got you. And when that person said that to me, I was just like, yeah, of course. Why the fuck? And it's not like you're seeing my husband. You know what I mean? That's your relationship. You made the decisions you made. You were unhappy. I mean, granted, there was a better way to do it, one that involved more dignity and respect for the relationship and the ending of it. But I mean, you're not happy. So, you make your decisions. I'm not going to hold it against your new person. That's not my business. Right. And that's just how I love people. And I'm like slowly starting to realize most people don't love in that way. But if you love someone, how do you say you love someone when there's these conditions that have to be met in order for you to love them? Like, to me, that's not love. If I can only love you if you're doing what I'm telling you to do, that's control. That's not love. Mm. You're giving birth to more spirit than you've ever held before. During such times, a divine midwife can be helpful and supportive. This is Fatima, radiant daughter of the great beloved, who reaches from the skies, who reaches up from within your body, from deep within the earth, and brings you the gift of protection, grace, and love. You are safe. You are held and you are bound within her warmth. She has received your prayers and she honors your devotion to life, to love, and to growth. She will help you. Como says, listen. She's asking me to read it again, and she says to listen, to close your eyes and really listen and allow yourself to feel what's being communicated to you right now. You're giving birth to more spirit than you have ever held before. During such times, a divine midwife can be helpful and supportive. This is Fatima, radiant daughter of the great beloved, who reaches from the skies, who reaches up from within your body, from deep within the earth, and brings you the gift of protection, grace, and love. Listen to this part with your eyes closed. You are safe. You are held and you are bound within her warmth. She has received your prayers and she honors your devotion to life, to love, to growth. She will help you. Ask for her blessing daily. You can use an honoring ritual to do this if you need guidance on how to pray. But any words from your heart spoken in authenticity will suffice. Any words from your heart spoken in authenticity will suffice, no matter how simple or ornate they may be. She responds to the feeling behind the words, and she responds instantly, beyond time and space. In fact, she has responded even now, perhaps before you even knew she was needed. This oracle brings you the guidance that what is being born in your life right now, in your own consciousness as a seed, perhaps of a new way of being, a new idea, belief system, philosophy, or sense of self, is going to come to maturity under the loving protection of the Divine Mother. You're also being asked to heed your intuition and instincts. Have some discernment about who you involve yourself with and how you choose to use your time and energy. Allow yourself to feel the guidance and comfort in you by giving yourself permission to be nurtured through your own choices and the people or situations you say yes or no to in your life. This is a way to honor her presence and allow her to help you, which she wishes to do in all ways possible. She wants to do this. Love in all things you see, dearest angel, and that means saying no can mean saying yes to something greater. So give yourself permission to say your no and yes as directed by your heart. This oracle also brings you the message that your body is sacred and worth your attention. You do not have to become obsessed. You do not have to push or judge your body, but you can honor him or her as a sacred animal through which your spirit creates soul and expresses itself in the world. This is a truly wonderful and amazing gift, extraordinary and yet fraught with challenge. The spirit can be powerful. Sometimes it can be hesitant too. enough to really engage with the body and come to life. There is a story the angels sang music to lure the spirit into the body, but used its freedom. It was reluctant to experience itself in what looked like rather confining matter. The spirit did not know what Fatima would be initiating the spirit into her mysteries through the body. She was going to be sharing the sensuality of life, the sacredness of love, the deep mystery of life, death, and rebirth, and the wonders of nature. She was going to show the divine could live not only in light, but also in flesh. Ooh, ooh. That the divine could live in flesh. That you could find this divine component. And yes, you are whole. You're whole in your being. You came here into this life whole. You're whole through your entire existence. But to be able to see with such clarity that you understand, you're being given a component of a divinity you've been seeking. And because you've been seeking a tangible component of this divinity, reaching a point of realization where you begin to understand and accept it's divinity that's sitting before you, waiting for you to speak up, waiting for you to communicate what you need. And this divinity in flesh being willing and able to provide for the needs that would help you to once again stand, to once again feel autonomous. Fatima holds the wildness of divine feminine wisdom and the sanctity of life. She has great gifts of ecstatic presence, only able to be experienced through the spirit living in the body. She will share this if you allow her to guide you. Once the spirit recognizes this, even just gets a whiff of Fatima's glorious fragrance, the enthusiasm for life ignites, and the wonders of the world experienced through the body become a way to revere the great beloved and turn all of life into the temple of love. This oracle also comes with guidance. Giving your body rest and healing is most beneficial at this time. There are symptoms you are experiencing, anything from fuzzy-headedness to tiredness and aches and pains, as well as shifts in body temperature that seem unbalanced. And these are directly related, if not solely, to the interaction of your spiritual essence with your sacred animal body. These will even out under Fatima's grace and protection, like two housemates learning to live together and enhance each other, rather than distract and annoy each other with their quirks and differences. This settling in process will happen all the more easily when you ask for Fatima's help. This oracle also advises that if you ask for help and protection in any matter, it will be granted. If you're afraid that what you ask for won't be granted from the person you asked it from, first, make sure you're asking the right person. Secondly, prepare yourself to receive. Receive the assistance that you need in the way that you need it, not determined by someone else, but determined by your soul. There's no exception to this rule. There's nothing you've done that has made you unworthy of divine intervention, grace, and love. Not one thing ever. Ask, trust, receive. So, Como is basically trying to bring attention. When souls are aligned and they've promised each other to help each other through this lifetime, if that's just for a moment, if that's for an entire lifetime, we really don't know, and we don't need to know. We need to trust in our process and ask. Allow for alignment to occur by getting out of our own way. And to remember, she says, remember this. There's no exception to this rule. There's nothing you have done that has made you unworthy of divine intervention, grace, and love. Not one thing ever. Ask, trust, receive. Ask, trust, receive. Ask, trust, receive. That's a solid foundation from which to base your growth on. Now, you can't just ask anyone. You can't just trust anyone. You can't just allow yourself to receive whatever. Get centered within yourself, even if the pain exists there. Get centered within yourself. Open your hands. And in opening your hands, you're releasing your death grip on that situation, that toxic mindset, that very shackle that you have chosen to believe is what keeps you from your happiness. Sit in that place of center, open your hands, and allow creation to put into your hands the very things that you need. Get out of your own way. Get out of your own way. Don't allow your fear to cripple your voice. Don't allow your fear to cripple your fingers. Reach out to the people you need to reach out to. Ask for the help that you need to ask for. And then allow yourself to receive whatever is being given after you've asked. You're never going to know unless you actually put yourself out there. Vulnerability is scary. It's filled with fear because there's so much unknown components to it. What will people do if they see me vulnerable? What will people do? How will they use it against me? And many of us have these thoughts. They're very normal, very natural, very common types of thoughts. But what if you weren't here to be normal, natural, or common? What if you were here to exist outside of that societal standard box? So the people who witness you can begin to grasp they are contained within this societal standard box. Como was hugging me from the back. She was hugging me and she was saying, thank you so much for sending out this message. Thank you so much for not hesitating, not questioning, not thinking or wondering if I'm manipulating you. She's saying all these really, really beautiful things, acknowledging that I'm not just saying she can stay in my space to kind of create this sort of, public image of, see, I'm grown, I'm maturing. No, I really, truly mean it. She can stay in my space. She can use my space as a safe harbor for herself. Not only is she tolerated here, she's welcome. She's welcome. I understand the purity of her heart and her intent. And as a mother myself, it's this thing of like, you can't fault a mother for bleeding for her child. You just can't. You can't. As a matter of fact, it might be weird in this sense. It made me respect her more. It made me respect her more. To know that I could have had such a wildly different reaction. And out of love for her child, she was willing to risk whatever needed to be risked. I can never stand in the way of healing. I could never stand in the way of someone's wounds being lovingly stitched shut. I assume this is a wound that's been gaping open for some time. I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. I'm making an assumption. And I, as a mother, from one mother to another, she says she would burn the cookies. Are you a horrible cook? She says she would burn the cookies. And when I asked if she was a horrible cook, she's like, mothers are very special creatures. for those who grew up without a mother, doesn't mean you weren't loved. Maybe if you can see it in this way that I'm about to share, you can begin your process of healing that gaping wound as well. Sometimes souls will agree on certain details. Sometimes those details involve one soul serving in a very malignant appearing light, appearing to be selfish, appearing to be unworthy, appearing to be worthy of being hated, vilified, and all of these things. And that soul will agree to this out of love for you. They'll agree to this out of love for you. They'll agree to have you in human form hate them. Because in that absence, you are presented with opportunities for potentialities that will further cause you to blossom, if you allow it. I'm not making excuses for absentee parents. I'm telling you, short of something catastrophic within their mental or emotional health, short of mental illness that causes emotional issues, every parent that I know that is not a active part of their child's life, they still bleed over you. They've never stopped bleeding from their heart, missing you, wishing that they could have been enough, strong enough, brave enough, stable enough, powerful enough. It doesn't negate your hurt. And that's not my intent. I don't intend to negate what you've experienced in their absence, that longing, that feeling of being rejected and abandoned and all of that. I'm not trying to negate that. Those are all very valid. You have a right to be mad, angry, sad, all of that. All of that. Anyone who tells you that you shouldn't, you should get over it, they don't know shit. They don't know shit. And they don't get to tell you how to feel, but please, utilize this life to grow in the way you were meant to. Use that to empower yourself. Use that to remain soft within your life. I don't know any parent that does not have severe chronic mental illness and emotional instability that is perfectly fine not being with their children. I don't. Most of them will not say anything about it. Most of them will not even let people know that they have children because it hurts too much. Not because they're ashamed of you, not because they've forgotten you, but because that knife is still in their heart and it twists every time they think of you. And sometimes they're present to raise you through your childhood. And as you become different types of adults, the transition from a childhood connection to equal adults creates circumstance that can estrange us. One of the final gifts my mom gave me as she left this life. I had a very tumultuous relationship my entire life. She wasn't a bad mother. I was just very fixed in my view of the world and my expectations of people and their role in my life. And one of the most profound, most empowering things she taught me, she left me with. She's always been the mother that I needed, even when I couldn't understand. Even when I couldn't understand. Especially when I couldn't understand. She triggered the type of growth in me that I needed and I couldn't receive from anyone else, not through soft words or encouragement, but through failing to meet the unrealistic, unfair expectations I set for her. Our parents are regular human beings. They are human beings learning to be what you need only after you're done needing it. Only after you're done needing it. Sometimes a lot of our wounds come from our unmet, unrealistic, unfair expectations of people who were fractured before we were created. My mom used to work 16-hour shifts, 6 to 7 days a week. 6 to 7 days a week for much of my life. She missed every holiday, birthdays, all of that. Can't pass up that double time pay. So she wasn't really around much. I told myself all these stories of why. Whether those stories were accurate or not, I never gave her the opportunity to tell me otherwise, to show me otherwise. Having children of my own, the other day, one of my younger ones, they wanted to tell me something. I was on the couch. They wanted to tell me something, and I was in the middle of doing something on the iPad for work, which Frey knew that. And so he immediately cut in with, well, not right now, mommy's busy, and the look of devastation on my child's face. I work from home. I'm home all the time. I'm home all the time. So I asked my son to come to me. I could tell he was trying not to cry. So I asked him to come to me and lay down with me, and I was holding him, and he started quietly crying. And so I whispered to him, I understand you weren't old enough to remember how when Daddy used to work, he was never home because he had to work. And I understand you want more of my time. Sometimes I won't be able to make time. Sometimes I will. I have to be responsible, and I have to do the work that I need to do so we can have our needs met. But I don't want you to feel like I don't have time for you. We have to be fair in our expectation. And I know no matter how much time I can make, you're going to want more. That's okay. It's not irritating. It's not annoying. It's because you love me. And that was the end of the conversation. No matter how much your parent gives, whether they're present or not, for a child who loves their parent, it's not going to be enough. Just never is. Because children are these unlimited receivers of love. No matter how much you give, until they grow old enough to understand the way society is structured, the expectations of adults, they won't and they don't need to understand. They don't need to understand. And when children are like that, I like to see it as a reminder. It's reminding me to keep that balance, to not get so hyper focused on only one aspect of my life. Because here's the reality. Yes, I was on the couch with them. Yes, we were all hanging out. But yes, I also was not cognitively present. I was trying to get some work done. My body was there, but my mind wasn't. So technically, I wasn't there. And with that happening, it really helped to remind me, like, hey, balance. We need balance. We need to reestablish that balance. Thank you, Carmen. Many thanks to your family for the time you dedicate to us whenever you're live streaming. I got to get going. This has been a long conversation with you guys, a lot of ups and downs, and my little guys are waiting. So I do have to get going. Thank you for acknowledging. Thank you for acknowledging. It means a lot. It truly, truly does. I'm going to end this live stream finally. Finally. I hope you guys were able to receive whatever messages were necessary to be received. Okay. I hope you guys are empowered by this space that we share. And I truly hope, I truly, truly hope that you carry this sense of empowerment that you feel here in this space with you through the whole day, your whole life. I truly hope you do. There's nothing that you can't grow through. There's nothing you can't heal. There's nothing that you can't overcome. There's nothing stopping you from returning back home to yourself but you. Give yourself permission to. Give yourself permission to connect with and receive the love and support that you want from people. It can be from specific people. It can be general terms. I love you guys. Please give this video a thumbs up. If you haven't already subscribed, please do subscribe. Turn on that notification bell. Join me when I'm live. I'm going to be doing a final fire ceremony for this month. It's going to be for the 1221 portal. I'm thinking I should add, because one of the cords you cannot ever remove. Whoever tells you you can, they have no idea what they're talking about. You can never remove the cord between a parent and their child. Biological parents and biological children will forever be etherically corded to each other. Adoptive step parents, parental figures, you develop a different type of cord. Still a very important one, but it's not the same as a cord between a biological parent and their biological child. Okay? I'm thinking for the 1221 portal, I should offer some services, some expedites that help the energy of family dynamics, that will help support you as you travel through this journey of rediscovering the proper dynamic that's healthy for you and your family. If you commit to it, all the people involved, you can find that healthy dynamic, that healthy center point where everyone's needs are acknowledged, accepted, and honored. It's a beautiful place to exist. Very beautiful place. I'll see what I can think of. All right, guys, have an amazing rest of your day. I hope everyone got something positive and empowering